Welcome and good evening. Welcome to the True Mouse Games YouTube channel and welcome to another D&D 5th edition one-shot. Tonight we are playing A Wizard's Pain. This is a 5th level one-shot for 4 characters. And my name, of course, is Alex, and I have the honor of being your Dungeon Master for the evening. Haven't played 5th edition D&D for a while, actually, so it feels a bit weird after running through this marathon of different role-playing systems 2 weeks back. But it's good to play something I'm a bit more familiar with and not having to worry about like improvising all the rules that I might or might not have read with a new role-playing system. Anyway, let's jump straight in. And before our player characters introduce themselves, I'll give you a bit of an introduction to the scenario itself. So, the wizard Evalina, who is the core NPC and the wizard in question of tonight's one-shot, is a fairly young human woman brought up from a simple farming stock, but she has traveled after her magical talents have been found to the academies of Orhaven, the capital city of this kingdom of Orelon. And she has studied there for quite a while, and she's proven herself to be very adept, although gifted, some would say, with a slightly prankish demeanor. She never takes things too seriously, and she always was a bit of a hothead and a prankster and more apt for fun than hard studies. But anyway, nonetheless, she progressed fairly well during the courses of the Wizard Academies, until she, a few years ago, about 5-6 years ago, decided to quit her studies and to travel back home to her home village, a fairly out-of-the-way settlement by the name of Three Oaks, and take up the mantle of the village wizard there, basically, which is something really that usually just older, sort of more hermit-y type wizards do. So it was a bit of an unusual decision by Evalina. Nonetheless, she has done that, and that she has traveled there. Nonetheless, she has also been in contact with some of her former teachers and colleagues and friends from the universities using magical means over the course of the last 5 or 6 years. However, that contact has been cut fairly recently, and some of her peers, some of her friends, she's a fairly popular girl, have been quite worried about her. They thought that something bad might have happened, and they have hired a gang of mercenaries, a group of people that are well-versed in traveling through hard roads and finding and, well, taking care of problems, so to speak. And this is our party for the night. So our 4 player characters, one of them has been a personal friend of Evalina in the past. The other 3, well, they'll tell you about their motivations very soon. They have been on the road for about 5 days, and they have now just reached the outskirts of the village of Three Oaks. And that is where we will be jumping into the scenario. It is spring, still fairly chilly during the nighttime. It is late afternoon as our player characters arrive. There's about maybe 2-3 hours of daylight left or so. And as they look down upon the village, they do not see any movement. At first sight, the village looks abandoned, vacant. There's no villagers to be seen. No one working on the fields, no one strolling around the village itself. No animals, no people. And that's where we jump into the campaign, or the one-shot. As always in my one-shots, I'll give our players the chance to introduce themselves and their characters with a very short and brief introduction. And we'll be starting with Mikhail today, who is playing Terran the Bard. So go ahead and give us a quick introduction into Terran. You're muted. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Forgot I had 2 different mutes going.
Yeah, that happens. Go ahead.
So Terran is about 175 centimeters tall, so a little bit above average for the half-elf. He is He's got blonde hair, wears a hat with a feather, you know, pretty typical bard style. Got his lute, kind of green brown tones throughout. A little bit of a goatee, show off that he's not all elf. And he looks uncharacteristically worried.
And what is your reason to be in this quest, my friend?
It's a little bit more personal for Taryn. This is an old friend.
Indeed it is. You haven't seen her in about 5 years. You maybe talked to her once or twice. But yeah, you are definitely potentially right to be worried. Yes, looking down onto this abandoned, vacant village, you cannot help but have a bad feeling rise up in your chest. And that is Taryn, the half-elf bard. We'll be moving over to the next character in the group, our paladin for tonight. So let's have an introduction, please.
Hang on 1 second. Sorry.
Okay. I suppose we'll skip the paladin for now. Move over to the ranger.
Sorry about that. Hang on.
That's okay. Colin, well, why don't you take it away for now and introduce to us Raybar. Go ahead.
Raybar is a... Can you hear me? Okay. Raybar is a gnome ranger. He's short, even for a gnome. He has kind of wild look in his eyes, and he kind of a paranoid look around all the time. He is on this quest to get paid, and he will probably spend that pay on hard liquor. And he has been drinking probably on the road. So
yeah, the nights are cold and a gnome has to keep himself warm somehow. And Raybar is a bounty hunter, is that correct?
Pretty much, yeah. He I wanted the backstory to be that he had made some sort of a name for himself in town and had been hired off that
excellent. That's more than fair enough. So this is just another job for you, basically. Another day, another gold coin or a couple.
Pretty much. It's a little strange for him not to be killing the target at the end, but considering the paycheck, he'll make it.
Hey, don't speak too soon. The adventure's not over yet. All right, excellent. And that is Raybar, our little psychopathic gnome ranger / bounty hunter. Okay, cool. Moving over to Brandon. Go ahead, Brandon. Introduce your character to us, please.
All right, I am playing Tina, the Goliath Barbarian. It's a he, stands up almost 8 feet tall, covered in blue tattoos. He'd be carrying a giant two-handed longsword, and one of his clients at the Black Kitty, where he dances, requested his help. So that's why I'm on this quest.
All right. And I believe you are a bear totem barbarian. Is that correct?
Yes.
Excellent. The Goliath bear totem barbarian. The muscle of the group. Or one of the two, I suppose. Okay, now let's return to our esteemed paladin.
Yeah. So she is about 5'8", 5'9". She's got splint armor on, big old greatsword. She's basically just yeah, I mean, as far as you guys are aware, she's just a mercenary that's looking for work, and she got hired to come on the job.
Excellent. And you are a conquest paladin.
Oath of Conquest, yeah.
All right.
First time playing a female and first time doing Oath of Conquest, so I thought
We'll
I'd
see
try
how
both out at once.
All right, excellent. So as I said, the group, you didn't really know each other before you started on your journey, guys. You've been traveling with each other for 5 days, so you might know each other a little bit, at least like what type of combat style you guys are using and that sort of stuff, general demeanor and so on. But you don't know each other very well by any means. And there's no designated leader or anything in the party. Some might think that the bard, Taryn, is, because he knows Evalina, or knew her anyway, might be some sort of leader, but you basically got rid of that idea very quickly on the road. I get the feeling that most of the characters here are not particularly like to be subservient to another. Some of them might even prefer to work alone, but this might be a job for more than one person. Anyway, we will see. So you stand. In the distance, you can see, lit up by the light of the setting sun to your left, to the west, the village of Three Oaks. It's not a very large village, but it's not a very small one either. It's one of those medium-sized villages, not too rich, not too poor, fairly out of the way, no real trading routes coming and going through here, so there must be a village with hardly any strangers passing through. It's about a 2 days journey to the coast to the west, and the closest village is nearly a day's walk away. The village itself is mostly built of wooden buildings. You can only see a single building sticking out in the village proper. It's a small, but larger than the other buildings, sort of maybe a sort of a village hall or something along those lines. A long, slightly narrowish building made of dark timber. You can see the village itself is surrounded by a wooden fence, not really deserving the name of a wall. It's maybe about 6.5, 7 foot high, and it doesn't look like it's been used much recently. On the western side of the village, so to your left, there's a small lake, a large pond, really. And beyond the lake, there is a forest. On the south side, where you're coming from, there's also quite a heavily forested area. The road has been sort of sneaking through the forest that you have been taking for the last couple hours. Around the village itself, there are fields, there are a few pastures, but as I said before, there are no living beings to be seen, no animals, no people. Beyond the village on the north side is a small hill, and on that hill stands what you assume to be some sort of old watchtower or something, a stone structure that has definitely seen better days. And we're hearing that your friend Evalina actually moved into that building, that she renovated basically like an old watchtower that's been there for ages, and took it upon herself to call that her home. Yeah, that's pretty much all you can see for now. Beyond the hill to the north, there's a bit of forest, and then a couple hours distance, there seems to be a sort of slightly larger range of hills as well. And that's what you see. You're about maybe 200-300 yards away from the village, right at this very moment.
We're approaching from the south, is it?
Yeah, you're coming up sort of southeast. You're coming from sort of from the southeast. And yeah, you're now a bit higher than the village itself. The village lies in sort of a bit of a valley sort of thing, I suppose. And you have stopped where the road crests like a small hill, I suppose, overlooking the village on the southeastern side. And you can see around you a few pastures, a few fields. The fields, there's nothing growing in the fields yet. It's too early in the year, and you do not see much a sign of work being done in the fields either. There's a little bit, so it doesn't seem like the village has been abandoned for like months and months, but nothing recent. What do you wish to do? How do you wish to proceed?
I look toward the others. Should we keep pushing forward, or this doesn't look very good?
Can we skirt around the town?
Oh, come, you have to. Yeah, I'm afraid you'll have to relog. Your voice is going weird again.
Oh shit! Okay.
Old problem.
I mean, I'm happy if we just stick it out until we see her, but that could take weeks. I mean, we don't know if she's still here or not, so at some point we're going to have to go down there. What do you guys think?
Is that working okay?
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, I suggest that we skirt around the town and avoid drawing attention to ourselves.
Turn your volume down a bit, Cole. It's a bit loud for now, all of a sudden.
Okay. Is that better? No.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Still a bit high.
Sorry about that.
Is that just on my end, or is that for everyone?
It's a little high, but you can go into the options and usually turn them down.
It's fine here.
I have something here.
Okay.
I'll keep away from the
That's
mic.
all right. Keep going.
Yeah, like I prefer to go straight to the tower in case there's some sort of, in case we alert anyone of nefarious intentions in town to our presence.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, you can
So
go to the tower. So there's two paths to the tower itself. There's a small road sort of winding its way from the northern edge of the village up the tower, up the hill. The other way, you'd have to climb a little bit. It doesn't look too steep, but the other like 3 sides of the hill look a little steep. Nothing that you could manage, but it would be a short climb up there. It looks like this watchtower has been built on this hill because it's a fairly defensible position. While it's not very high as such, the 3 of the 4 sides are fairly steep enough to burn the climb, basically.
Should we head along the road, or do you guys want to try to climb? I don't know how good you are, but I think I should be able to do it.
Yeah, I'd prefer to approach from, not go through town.
I'll go with what you guys want. Just letting you know I am wearing splint armor, so pretty heavy for climbing up a hill, but it's okay.
Wait, I presume we're on horses, right?
Those of you who have horses are on horses. Those of you who do not have horses are not on horses.
Oh, we would have had to buy horses with the 400. Okay, shit.
I mean,
I didn't think of that.
Let's go and climb up this hill.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so which side do you want to approach the hill from?
The closest one, I guess.
The closest one to you would be the southern side, but if you want to avoid that, because that would lead you through the village, east would be next.
Sure.
Okay. So you skirt around the village, trudging through the fields, and approach the hill from the east. As you are passing by the village, give me a perception check, everyone. Natural 1.
I got a 2.
Excellent. So the only one who noticed something is Vraybar. You are looking around, always keen-eyed, and you spot to your left on the outskirts of the village on the eastern side what looks to be freshly dug graves. Quite a few, actually. About maybe close to a dozen or so, from what you can tell. It's like mounds in the ground of the shape of a grave, basically.
Yeah, I point this out to the rest of the group.
Yeah, it's only about
does
50
anyone
yards or so away from you, to your left, as you're passing by the village.
Does anyone know of any plagues or anything that's happening?
Not that you've heard. The last really bad plague that hit the kingdom of Orelon was about 15 years ago, the Red Death that wiped out like 20% of the population. That was pretty bad. But ever since then, no major plagues. I mean, there's small local things happening every now and then, but nothing that you would have heard in the outlying villages that you were passing through on your way here.
Okay.
How close are we to the graves?
About 50, 60 yards.
Okay. I'm going to use one of my divine sense uses to sense undead.
Yep. You focus for a moment towards the graves and shoot out your divine senses. The aura shoots through the edge of the village, returns back to you. Nothing unusual there. The graves do not seem to be filled or connected to any undeath.
I say we keep going.
There's some graves here. That means somebody dug them and put them here. Probably some people still in town.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking at the village, you'd say this would be about a village of about maybe between 70 and 100 people.
Do they look rushed? Do you know, or was there kind of? Okay,
you have to approach closer. They, from what you can see, is basically about maybe around 10 or so graves that have been closed up, and there looks to be like 2 that are still like open. They're still like just holes basically, but you can't see any specifics from where you are.
I'll start heading towards if I see the one that's open, like it's not filled yet, and I'll go like peek and see if it like dug deep or if it was like rushed or properly made.
You leave the group behind, sort of trudging across with your massive form, and look down into the 2 graves that are side by side, the 2 graves that are empty. And they are not particularly deep, no. They're only about maybe 2 feet or so. Maybe a bit more, 3 feet at the most. They look a little rushed. There is, looking around, you actually see there's a small tree nearby. And in the shadow of that tree, there's a shovel and a pickaxe just lying there on the ground, still with a little bit of dirt, basically on the metal. They haven't been cleaned.
I'll like turn back towards the others and let them know that looks like it was a bit rushed and it's definitely not complete.
Do I see any movement in town or anywhere nearby?
Give me a perception check. You're scanning the area?
Yeah, just... I think I pressed it, yeah.
24, excellent. Scanning the area through the village, mostly focusing on them and sort of the fields around the village, there is no movement. You don't see any. You spot one single sort of move catches your eye, but as you focus on it, you see it's just a window shutter that's sort of slowly moving in the wind, like up, closing and opening a little bit. That's all.
We're not in a forested area, I presume.
No, this would be fields at the moment. Well, actually urban, I suppose, at the moment, because you're standing at the edge of the village.
How far are we from the other edge of the village? From the kind of far edge of the village, roughly? Maybe
about like 300 feet, 250 feet.
I might do a primeval awareness. But
what does that detect again?
Aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead.
Pretty much everything. Okay. No, nothing that strikes your senses. Once again, as the paladin, you focus, you shoot out your senses, looking for any type of energy of these creatures, these otherworldly entities. But nothing.
I let the group know that.
Okay.
Do you want to just go into town?
Well,
yeah, there's no sense standing around here. We're not going to get anything done. Staring at some graves.
May as well.
Yeah.
These are depressing.
You want to go into town?
Well, I think we should get there by some way, whether or not we climb up the side of the hill or we go through town. But we should probably do it quick. We don't know how time sensitive looking for this girl.
Yeah, I decided to climb up that hill. I'm still going through town. I'm a wimp.
Oh, all right. Okay, yeah, I'll follow.
Okay. So the fence has several openings. It doesn't look like this has really been made for anything protective in mind. Maybe at the worst, like wild beasts or something. It looks like more like something to keep maybe livestock inside the village. There's a lot of like small gates that you open, about 4 or 5 on this side of the village, and you push one open. It opens easily enough, and step inside the village. It is very quiet in here. There's nothing to be seen. The rays of the setting sun are still illuminating everything quite well. You have about an hour and a half, 2 hours of daylight left, but the village is still. The only sound you do hear is like basically window shutters moving in the wind a bit and start smacking into the window frames every now and then. And the wind itself, of course. There's a bit of a wind going, as there usually is in springtime in this part of Orelon.
This may just be the third worst town I've ever been to.
Yeah. Let's just keep going to the tower, I guess, and try and get in.
Okay. You cross through the village, gazing at open windows and closed doors, passing by the sort of central square, and then crossing up north without being stopped or hailed by anyone. And you exit the village to the north and take your way up this winding sort of goat trail, really more than a road, that goes up to the top of this hill overlooking the village. The sides of the hill are slightly forested. There's a few like bushes and trees here and there. But at the top, it is fairly flat. And you can see this old watchtower, this old sort of fairly strongly, sturdily built stone tower, that is about maybe 35, 40 feet high and maybe about 15 foot wide or so. So not particularly wide as such. There is a door there, a quite heavy wooden door that looks kind of new, actually. It looks way newer than the rest of the tower. And there are small, like murder hole type windows, tiny windows, not even big enough for a gnome to fit through. And they are covered with leather curtains or something from the inside. The door itself, as I said, looks fairly heavy, looks fairly new, like dark wood, and it is closed. There is a small patch, like a vegetable garden, basically, on the side, surrounded by a fence that also looks kind of new. It kind of looks idyllic, to be perfectly honest. It doesn't seem particularly dangerous in this area as you are gazing upon the tower. Up top, further up higher, are larger windows, by the way. So that would be a possible entryway, especially for a gnome.
Do we notice any sort of signs of a fight or anything like that?
Looking at the tower itself, you don't see anything. I mean, this tower is damaged, but that's because it's old. It doesn't look like it's been attacked or anything recently. The door is in perfect order. The windows do not seem disturbed. You can't see what's inside, obviously. But,
Knock, knock.
as far as you can tell, it's not damaged.
It's just, let's knock on the door.
Okay. You walk up, and who wants to knock?
Tina will. I'll hit it like as hard as I can to like see if I can get somebody's attention.
Yeah. So the Goliath pushes his way through and like hammers upon the door. Gives a hollow sound, fist on wood. The only thing that answers is silence.
Turn to the others. Doesn't seem like anybody's home.
Is there a lock I can try picking? Or can we just try? Can I first check if the door is open?
You can. That's always a good idea.
Yeah.
However, the door is not open. You push, and you think it must be locked.
Okay.
Like it doesn't give at all, or really tightly jammed. It doesn't seem like a bar, because a bar usually gives a little bit at least.
Right.
But the door doesn't move at all.
It's probably magical, isn't it? If she's a wizard.
It could be magical, of course.
We'll find out.
Yeah. I can pick a lock. Can someone check for magic?
I'd kick the door as hard as I can.
Okay.
Give me an athletics check.
Sorry.
You.
What check?
Athletics.
Athletics. All right. +6. No,
Oh.
8.
Fancy, a dice cam. Okay, so you like take a few steps backwards, and then leaping over the gnome, you just give the door a flying kick, but you just ricochet off basically, and they're like, ah, shit. I pulled the muscle a bit.
Can I do a knowledge
Or it's not
arcana
much
check
of a
to see
vision,
if
but
it's
very sturdy door. You need
magic?
some sort of weapon or like a big axe or maybe a battering ram to batter it down. It looks like a very, very, like, it's wood, but it's thick wood.
But no traps went off.
Nope.
Seems pretty safe.
And Bard, are you checking something?
Yeah, can I check to see if it's magic without a detect magic spell? Because I do not have detect magic.
Certainly. You can give an arcana check if you so desire. 18. You inspect the lock and so stretch out your magical senses into it, but you do not detect any magic.
No, you should be good to fiddle around in here.
Okay, I'm going with these tools. 22.
All right. Yep. It's a pretty decent lock, but not as decent as a door itself. You think it must be like locally made or something, and whoever made the lock, maybe the local blacksmith or something, is clearly not an expert in making locks. So the lock itself is, well, it's well made. It's not particularly well suited for resisting someone with your deft fingers. And within half a minute or so, you have entered your little lock picking tools into the opening, and you hear a sound as the lock springs open.
I let the bard go in, or I let the barbarian go in first.
Okay.
Definitely.
All right. Yeah, just push my way past everybody else and go in.
All right. You push the door open. You step inside. The first thing that hits you is a slightly musky smell. Some looking around. You don't have dark vision, right, as a Goliath? So it's
No, I do not.
pretty dark. Not, I mean, there's a little bit of sunlight coming in through the door behind you, obviously, but the windows are all, as I said, covered with like heavy leather curtains. What you can see in here is this is like a kitchen / dining room area, basically the whole ground floor. You see a large wooden table. It looks of fairly decent quality. You see like a fireplace on the side. Small hole in the, like a small covered up window, basically, with the fire where the smoke would be coming out of or going out of. But the fireplace is dark. The coals seem dark, and you don't. It doesn't look like it's been recently used. Anything here. There's a
We spent 5. Sorry.
Up, and there's also like in the back you can see a trap door that must be leading to some sort of basement or something.
We spent 5 days on the road.
Yes.
Right. And I asked Taryn, how long before that, before you last heard word from Evalina?
I do a lot of traveling, so it's been a few years.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, you would know that the contact between the academies, or those people at the academies who were talking to her, and Evalina broke off about maybe 2 weeks ago or so. Not quite 2 weeks ago. It's been a while. Not like months and months, but it's been a while.
I guess I'll just do a sweep of the area and see if I can spot anything.
Okay.
Of the room, just anything out of the ordinary or any.
You have dark vision?
Secret. I have dark vision, yeah, as you know.
Give me an investigation check.
Investigation. 10.
Okay. Looking around, everything seems fairly orderly. There's like cutlery and crockery put away. There is actually you find a small box on the side, which is like a pantry box sort of thing, and you open it up, and there's a little bit of a smell of meat going off inside. It hasn't been started rotting properly yet. It's too cool for this early in spring for meat to rot very quickly. But you definitely say this hasn't been touched in a while. at least a week, maybe more. And there's a little bit of dust. Well, that's all you can say.
So,
sorry, was it sunny outside, or was it cloudy, or what was the light?
It was sort of a fairly sunny day, not full on bright and sunny, but the sun was pushing through the clouds quite a bit.
I would start like pulling the curtains down to get some light into the room.
Yeah,
Taryn would also be nosing around
that you can move aside
desperately.
Sorry, what was that?
I said Taryn would also be nosing around almost desperately looking for clues.
You can also give me an... As more and more sunlight is now streaming in, as all these little murder holes are opened up. Okay, so you all three spend about 10 minutes maybe looking through this basement, or not basement, sorry, this sort of entrance area, this dining room, kitchen, and you get the feeling that this hasn't been in use in about maybe 2 weeks, maybe a bit more. It's hard to say, but it's been definitely a while. The person living here was fairly orderly, and it was a woman, you're pretty sure, and she must have been living alone, what you could say.
What the fuck have you been up to, Evie?
I'm going to head up the tower, looking in the rooms, see if there's any sort of teleportation sigils or anything like that.
You walk up. There's basically 3 rooms, not counting like a basement area. There's this main room that you were in, like the kitchen / dining room area. Then there's a living room area above that with a few wardrobes, clothing and such. There's also a living room / bedroom area, I suppose you would call it, which is the first, the floor, or the floor above the one you're in at the moment. And the one above that is a study. And there you find what you would expect from a wizard. You find several books. You find a large, sort of intricately designed book lying on the table. You find a small mirror that is also covered in like small silver glyphs that's resting against the wall. There is a ladder leading up to, like in a corner, leading up to a small, seems to be leading up onto the rooftop of the tower itself. The room, like the windows here are also covered with leather, but you can remove it easily and let sunlight stream in. That's pretty much what you see on a quick glance as you just go through, take a look around, go up and take another look.
Do I recognize any of those books as being a wizard's spell book?
Do you have Arcana proficiency?
No.
Then you wouldn't be sure. I mean, a lot of them. What languages do you speak?
Human and celestial.
Okay. You mean there's some in human languages? There's a small library, basically, maybe about 20 books or so in different subjects like legends, history, a few like religious, one book on herbal lore. And there's about maybe 5 or 6 books that you can't decipher. Amongst them, one of those, that large book that's sort of lying on the table.
The sigils on the wall, would I know what they do?
On the mirror, you mean?
On the mirror, yes, sorry.
You're not sure.
They just
You're not familiar with the wizardry arts, really.
Okay. I'll call everyone up and ask what they think.
Ooh, fancy.
Does anyone have proficiency in Arcana?
Yes.
Okay, then you would at least recognize, I don't know, do you speak Draconic by any chance?
No.
Okay, you would recognize these books as like spell books and magic books that you have seen, or books about spells and such. They are written in Draconic. You can't decipher any of that. I'm pretty sure you recognize one of them as Evalina's personal spell book. You have seen it before. It's been a while, but she has this sort of purplish letter that she dyed herself. She was very proud. She came up with a spell that dyed this letter in this very slight purple tinge that she was quite happy with. So you remember seeing that before. Sadly you can't really read any of the books. There's a few like diagrams with arcane symbols and such in them. So it must be something magical, some spells or rituals or something. You're not quite sure.
So Taryn will stare at the books for a cool minute, nod intently, and then look at his companions and say, I can't read any of these.
So while they're dealing with the books and stuff, you said there was a trap door in the back.
There's a trap door that goes up the top, like a ladder that leads to the top of the tower. There's also a trap door on the bottom floor in the kitchen that you think must be leading to some sort of basement or something.
I would have went over and like kicked it, see if I got any response, and then try to open the one to the bottom, go into the base.
I'll go
Okay.
up.
Sorry?
I'll go up if he's going down.
Okay. So Palmyra and Terran stay in the sort of study. Raybar is going up top, and Tina is going down bottom. Let's do Raybar first. So you climb up at the top. The trap door on the top is kind of rusted a bit. You have to give it a strong push. Luckily, even as a gnome, you're not super weak, so you manage to open it up. You climb up to the top, and you realize that this place hasn't been used in a while. There's bird droppings. There's like small spider webs in the sides. You're now on the roof basically, and the sort of the protective layer of stone, the what do you call them? The battlements or whatever you call them, are damaged and haven't been repaired really. So it looks like the Evalina or whoever was living here in the last years and decades hasn't really been using the top of the watchtower as such. You can see a few busted like spaces where you put like torches or something in there that must have been used a long time ago when this watchtower was still used by maybe a small garrison of soldiers to guard the land or something, but clearly hasn't been much used recently.
I kind of hop up and see if I can see over the battlements and see if I can see anything interesting.
Okay.
In the surveying.
This is the highest spot by far in the surrounding area. Anything within basically 2 hours or so of fishing is lower than where you are at the moment. And yeah, you can see the village quite well from here. You can also see the lake glittering in the setting sun. You can see forest to the south and forest to the east. Forest to the west and forest to the south. You can see bit of forest and then hills behind you to the north. And then to the east, you can see fields, small patches of forest, and the road, sort of sneaking away in the distance. And because it is a fairly clear day, you might even be able to see a couple of like puffs of smoke rising from very, very far away from where the closest village is. Give me a general perception check. Okay, that's all you notice. While this is happening, let's move over to Tina, who has opened up the trapdoor at the bottom, which looks fairly well oiled. It looks like it's been fairly used fairly regularly. And you can see there is a small staircase sort of going along the wall downstairs into darkness.
And it's completely like pitch black down there?
Yeah, there's no windows down there.
All right, I would call for the others if they want to come down. Tell them I can't see very well down here.
Okay. You hear the Goliath's voice booming out from downstairs. What do you say? Tina, what do you call out to the others?
All right, anybody want to go down with me? I'm going to try to go check out the basement.
No response, seemingly.
I'm gonna pocket the spell book and I'll head down.
Okay. I mean, it's a fairly large book, but you can put it in a backpack, yeah. Okay.
I'll wait till I hear somebody moving down, and once they get pretty close, I'll light a torch and start making my way down.
Okay. So as you step down, the torchlight slowly reveals the basement area. It looks like 2 rooms, basically, seem to be in the basement, as the basement is slightly larger in diameter than the room above it. And you can see there's a wall, basically, a fairly old-looking wall that dissects it into 2 sort of semicircular rooms in the basement. The one you're entering has clearly been used as a storage area. You can see a couple of like barrels, a couple of small boxes, a lantern hanging from the side. You see 2 thick, sort of oiled rain cloaks of fairly high quality, just hanging from hooks on the side, and several like pieces of ham and a wheel of cheese half used up is standing there. You immediately spot that one of the barrels seemed to be an ale barrel, the small size sort of. And then there's a wooden door that seems to be leading into the other part, the other half of the basement, basically. That door stands slightly open.
I'll go try to push it open.
Okay. As you do, you sort of push your torch in, and you can see in front of you there is a mostly empty room, except for a small cupboard in one corner. The room itself has glittering lines of silver carved sort of or drawn onto the stone floor that sort of slightly shimmer in the torchlight. And you can see what looks to be leather strings tied to metal rods that are sort of jammed into the ground. And the metal strings sort of build this fairly complicated looking I guess, spider web that sort of crisscrosses the room as an additional layer of lines above the silver lines that are on the ground. And you also see there seems to be a dead rat at your feet, just lying there. Pretty large specimen.
I'll call out to the others. I think I found something. I'm not quite sure what it is. Seems something maybe magical.
So I'm assuming Terran is the only one who seems to hear that, because Raybar is still upstairs, and Tina, and Palmyra seems to be sort of looking around.
Do I see any extra with my low light vision?
Well, he has a torch, so that's fine enough now.
Good.
The light is not the problem. The room isn't particularly large. As you step in, and actually the room is fairly small, so for both of you to be inside the room, you'd have to basically be careful not to step on any of the lines or any of the strings.
I'll keep like in the hallway area. I'm not going to go in.
Okay, that works, yeah. So the hallway isn't very large, so you have to hunker down a bit as a Goliath, but it's not too bad. So, Terran, you enter the room, and you look around, and you immediately realize this is some sort of ritual room that Evalina must have prepared. Looks like quite a bit of work has gone in through here. And you also immediately spot this little cupboard. There's like a few... Sorry. There's a few items lying there that seem to be of a ritualistic nature. There's a couple candles. There's like a silver... like a long, thin piece of silver. There is a few raven feathers. There's a small skull of some sort of animal. And just stuff like that. A few bottles of different liquids and dusts.
Nothing hardcore looking, though.
No, nothing like blood magic style or anything like that. There's no like sacrificial daggers or anything like that. However, you do spot
ingredients.
Some weird shards. They look like clay shards that are sort of on one side of this little cupboard. It's open up, by the way. There's no like door. It's just like a few shelves, basically, so you can see all these things. And you can also see now, looking at the sort of contraption in the center of the room, that there is what looks to be a golden or yellowish gem that seems to be lying in the center of this circle.
I want to do a little investigating to see if I can glean at least part of what this ritual might be for before I touch
that would be
anything crazy. I'm a go with the flow person, but this looks crazy, a little nutty.
$24, nice. So, looking around, you notice two things. Firstly, this has been a lot of preparation. So if this was Evalina, she's definitely put quite a few, maybe weeks even, into preparing all this. And some of these things, some of these items that she has acquired, maybe not for this specific ritual, but for just generally ritualistic magic, were quite expensive. So she must have had more money than you expected, sort of, her to have. And then you take a closer look at the circle itself and such, and you think it's some sort of, well, it's basically 2 layers. One layer is the letters, like strings, is some sort of containment, protective layer, basically, like facing inwards, as if whatever was in this circle might have been potentially dangerous to a wizard or other person that was without the circle. You also notice while looking at this layer, this letter string layer, you notice that one of the strings has snapped and is sort of lying on the ground. Sort of both ends are sort of lying on the ground. And you immediately realize that whatever containment magic there was, due to one of those strings snapping, the containment has gone out the window, basically. The second layer is some sort of divination magic. You're not 100% sure what it is. It's too complex for you to glean it with a single gaze, but it's definitely some divination magic.
Divination, not my forte. I'll look to the Goliath and say, I think we should get the others down here before we make any rash decisions.
Yeah, so I'll start heading up, make my way out, calling for them to get down here.
Okay. So you guys all make your way down into the basement, sort of assembling in the first room, this storage area of the basement.
I didn't notice any changes while I was keeping an eye out.
No.
Up
No,
top.
nothing new.
Okay, I head down.
Okay. So you're, as I said, you're all standing now in this sort of primary basement area. You can see through the door that is now stands open. You can see all this sort of ritualistic stuff on the ground in the other part of the room. And Taryn, who's standing there, sort of looking at it.
So my idea was if you guys wanted to stay outside of the room while I fuck with some crazy shit, so if it explodes, you can drag my corpse out of here.
I'll take a few extra steps back.
Figure out what happened in here.
Fair enough. Go for it.
I'll stand at the far edge of the room, and the first thing I'll do is use Mage Hand to fuck with the little yellow gem in the center.
Okay. Yeah. Floats up without any issue. You can pick it up. Nothing happens.
Nothing. From when I looked around before, did anything look like a catalyst for this sort of thing?
No. No, you didn't see a wand or staff or anything like that. No. You remember Evalina had a wand, sort of made of this reddish, sort of cedar-like wood with a few silver engravings. But you don't see it anywhere. You haven't seen it anywhere in the tower.
Next, I'll poke those nifty clay shards.
Okay. Looking at the clay shards so you're poking it, with the mage hand, or you
mage hand first.
Okay. You just hear a little bit of like grinding sound as they push around.
He sighs, dispels his mage hand, and first we'll walk over to the clay shards and then manually touch them.
Okay. They are. You think there must have been some part of some sort of vase or something once. Sort of orangish in color on the inside and more of a blue on the outside. They must have been some sort of, a vase or some sort of pottery of some kind.
All right, I can't help myself, but this was the one that was the actual bad idea, considering that all these circles were meant to seal something in.
The clay shards are without the,
Yeah, no, and that's when he says that when he walks into the center and starts messing around with the yellow thing.
Okay, so you pick it up?
Yeah.
Okay. As you pick it up, you feel it feels kind of cold. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, good. This is gonna go over well. Let me tell you. Yep.
Okay, a 3. So what you guys see is Terran steps into the circle. He picks up this little yellowish stone that's in the center of it, looks at it for a while, and turns towards you, sort of shrugs, and then all of a sudden his eyes go like up, and you can see the whites, and he stumbles for 2 steps, and then sort of stumbles a bit more, but then catches himself, and looks up, looks sort of confused and a little panicky even. Looks around, and his voice, as it comes forth, sounds different. Still like his voice, but different way of speaking, slightly different dialect that you immediately pick up on. It's quite distinct, different. And the voice says, What's happening? Why? What?
Oh, shit.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Evalina?
Yes. What? Who are you? How do you know my name? What are you doing in my...
Calm down. Calm down. It's okay. We're here to help. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be saying this. I'm not at all nice. Shut up. We're here because we were told to come here. What happened? What were you trying to do in this room?
What is it? My head? What's going on? What did you do? Why are you in my... And she stumbles once more, and the like golden stone hits the ground, lies there, and then as Terran shakes his head, looks back up, he looks confused again, and you realize it's Terran this time. And Terran, for you, it was like a flash of light, and you felt an intense pain, and then everything around you was cold for a few seconds.
With Terran's wonderful wisdom score and his insatiable curiosity, I feel like he's been possessed before, so he's just, fuck again. What happened? Did I shoot anything?
You were possessed by Evalina, I think.
Oh, that's a first.
Would it work if I were to try this and you could... She knows you, so she was kind of a bit pissed that we were here. Maybe she'd be less pissed by you being here.
That wasn't particularly fun, but if you feel like it, go for broke.
I will... Can I intentionally fail a save?
In this case, no.
Okay.
There is something within you that does not want to relinquish control over your own body, even though your rational mind might say, sure, let's give it a try. There's an irrational part of you that does not want to give up without a fight.
Okay, I'll still try it though.
Okay, give me a wisdom saving throw.
A part that I apparently do not have.
Yeah, or that's not very strong in you.
Hey!
8, yes, that is a fail. So the irrational part of your mind is not strong enough. And you guys see as the little Raybar picks up the rock, the little golden stone, looks up and instantly goes like and falls down onto one knee and like clutching the stone, strikes his head, looks up and starts looking around. Huh? What? What is this? Everything is so different. What is this? What have you done?
Hello?
Terry?
You should really ask permission before you possess me. That was rude.
What? What are you talking about? What is going on? What is
this?
I picked
up a wacky yellow gemstone and then saw a bright white light, and then apparently I was possessed.
Did you do this? Did you turn me into this thing?
No, I came because you stopped talking to people. You disappeared.
What? What do you mean? Where are we? This is my home, isn't it?
Ritual room, basement.
The ritual. Yes, I remember. The stone. She opens her hand and looks at the stone. Did I open it?
Open what? That broken vase?
Yes, I bought it from a merchant. I felt it was magical. But it broke and this was inside. Why am I... What is going on? Why am I a halfling or what is this? A gnome? Something.
This one's a gnome. This one's a gnome.
Did you want me? I didn't turn back. No. And Vraybar is back.
That was shit. I'm not doing that again.
Yeah, I told you, not the most fun, is it?
Yeah.
Did she tell you anything useful?
More clues on what happened here, but not necessarily where to find her.
What happened here?
She opened some kind of crazy magical vase, and in that crazy magical vase was this crazy magical stone, and I think she is somehow trapped in said crazy magical stone.
So we just take the stone back to the college and they can fix it.
Mayhaps. If any of us can get the stone to the college.
Give me an Arcana check. 16. All right. So what you think you're correct. There is a spirit in there. But that means the body should be around somewhere. And you don't see a body anywhere except for that dead rat that's on the ground. So unless Evalina changed, you're not quite sure what happened to her body.
Please don't be a lich. Please don't be a lich. Please don't be a lich.
I poke at the rat.
It's not moving. It's pretty dead. It looks like it's been dead a while. It's already started decomposing. Smells.
I wouldn't eat that, Raybar.
What did it die of?
It's hard to say. Doesn't look like it has any wounds as such.
Okay.
So what do we do from here?
So we think, I presume that Terran has explained his theory about the something in here isn't in the whole soul and.
What have we heard him talking to himself?
Huh?
Have we heard him talking to himself?
It's up to Terran if he wants to share the information.
That stuff that I said before you had me roll. Yeah, since I was right, I just said that out loud.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
and then at the end of that, I mentioned, but on the curious side, there is a distinct lack of her body, which in itself is both confusing and not good.
So she, or whatever possessed her, climbed up this ladder, left this room, climbed up the ladder, and walked out and locked the door behind them.
And is pretending to be her.
Okay.
Took her soul, put it in a soul gem. Took her body. I mean, was she trying to summon something?
I think she was just fucking around with the stone, wasn't it?
She always did like to mess with things she didn't understand. It's kind of why we were friends.
Hmm.
Is there any other like villages that would be like nearby from the opposite direction we came that, like, if she was possessed, her body was possessed, the direction might have taken?
Yeah, I saw a village from when I was up top.
Yeah, that's one of the villages you came through on the way that you saw. That was sort of to the west, sorry, to the east from where you are at the moment. That's nearly a day's travel. You're not sure if there's any other villages close by. None of you knows the local landscape too well, but in the immediate vicinity there is none. Otherwise, you would have seen them from the top of the.
Yeah. Huh. It's an interesting dilemma here because I'm happy enough to go back and say that I did the job because I got her soul back. But, so what kind of creature, what would a newly released being do? Would they go into town and kill everyone? Is that why there's no one in town?
Well, they were likely a necromancer, so do we know that if I forget her name, the paladin, do we know she's a paladin?
Palmyra, yes, you would know that.
I think this might be a little bit more your purview.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do what's needed, I guess. What does everyone want to do about it? Are we all agreeing on something, or?
Well, I want to get paid, so if I'm not going to get paid for bringing back this stone, I'm going to go find your body.
Yeah.
Considering whatever's in the body is likely a problem, I doubt we'd get paid.
Has anyone been able to communicate with her? Because I don't know if you've told us that you've actually spoken with her yet.
What? You were all talking to her.
Okay, I got confused.
She was
Fine.
speaking to the mouths of your companions when they touched the stone, basically.
I assumed that he could only hear that in his head. Fine.
No. The one that was possessed could not hear what she was saying.
Fine.
I guess we should go into town and see if there's any evidence of.
I mean, there must be tracks, surely. If someone's left the house, there must be tracks.
Or evidence of foul play.
On that note, my favorite prey is humans. If that human happens to be possessed by a lich, do I still have advantage tracking them?
Yeah, I'd say so. It's still physical footprints. It's physically a human.
Okay, so
tracks. It moves like a human. You get it.
If they start flying, you might have a problem.
That is correct.
All right. While everybody's like standing around trying to discuss what they're gonna do, I just like walk out. I'm gonna go back to where the graves were, and I'm gonna pick up that shovel I saw and just start digging till I find a body and see if I can see anything.
You just walk out and you start heading down towards the village, leaving your companions behind in the tower. Okay.
Oh wow! What the hell? That was.
If I notice that, I'm following him, I guess.
Same.
Okay. Yeah, you see Tina sort of jogging down as he and you can see he's going straight for the sort of western part of the village, and you can see him in the distance as he's been sort of moving a bit faster and you longer legs and all that. You can see him picking up a shovel and starting to dig out one of the graves.
I go over to where the shovel is left, and I'll try and track, see if there are any tracks.
Sorry,
around.
Where the shovel was left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See
okay.
if there are tracks leading
That's a
from
survival
that.
check. And because humans are your favorite prey, and these are human tracks, you get, what was it, like double proficiency bonus or something like that?
Advantage.
Oh, advantage. Okay, yeah.
Survival.
Yes.
20.
Okay. So looking around the general area where the graves are, these graves, you'd say, have been dug over the course of the last maybe 3 or 4 days. They haven't been dug at once, and they have been dug by one person. You can only find, well, your own footprints, of course, but not counting your own footprints. You find one pair of sort of leather boots, human footprints, human size, probably a man, judging by the size of the feet. Looks like he has been coming back about once a day and spend an hour or two here digging a grave or two, a fairly shallow one, using these equipments. And you see drag marks that seem to be coming from within the village as he was dragging out the bodies from somewhere sort of in towards the center of the village. Tina, you dig out one of the bodies. It's a human man. Hasn't been dead very long. They hadn't started decomposing yet. You can sort of see the shoulders and the head. It's a bearded fella in his maybe late 20s, early 30s. Looks like a farmer, really.
So I get like on my hands and feet and just start digging away the dirt as much as I can, so I can grab the body and throw it out of the hole.
Yeah. Okay. As you do so, you take out the body and you put it to the side. As I said, it's not very deeply dug. You immediately see that the body has the clothing is torn open at the chest. It doesn't seem that there's any visible wound. There's no, like, the clothing is not blood stained. But as you see this clothing that's been torn open, and you sort of push your hand and push the sort of torn garment aside, you can see there is a hole sort of in the center of the chest, maybe slightly more to the left, just slightly above the solar plexus, a bit further up there. And you could see sort of the sides of the ribs peeking out of the wound.
Show the others if they're not nearby.
I'm keeping kind of well back because I'm scared of the plague. Irrational.
You don't see any. Yeah, that's not unusual in Orelon for people who lived through the Red Death 15 years ago. But there's no signs of plague, as far as you can tell. That's the only wound you can see on the body, is that.
It looks like the heart has been ripped out, basically.
You're pretty sure, yeah.
Fuck.
I would just like grab another body, like start digging, just to see if they're like the same or if there's any differences.
Okay. How many bodies would you want to dig out? Takes
like just like one or two more, just to get a comparison, see if they're all the same.
You grab two more. One of them has the hole in the chest. The other one does not. They're all sort of youngish men, farmers, by their looks, dressed in simple clothing. And the one that does not have a hole in the chest does not have any wound at all. Like, you don't see what killed him. There's nothing obvious anyway.
Recent.
That killed him. The bodies are fairly recent, yes. You would say maybe a couple days old at the most. Maybe about 4 or 5 days old or so.
I'm looking at the paladin and the bard. Do you know of anything that does this?
Do I?
Give me a, would that be, let's say a religion check or an arcana check. So if anyone is proficient in any of those, give me a roll.
I'm not proficient in either.
Then sadly, no luck for you.
Paladin that isn't proficient in religion?
I took persuasion and perception instead.
No? So you're not sure. I mean, there's all kinds of legends of demonic beings and such, but nothing specific springs to mind. Of course, the heart is often the target of like evil cults that sacrifice people to like dark gods and blah, blah. But nothing jumps.
I'd probably catch up last after spending a couple seconds looking to see if any of the things in the ritual room would be useful. And then eventually running after him.
Did you take the stone?
I didn't have the ability to pick it up without it possessing me.
I mean, you can try.
Can you wrap it in a cloth and just stick it in your pocket?
I could try that.
If you do that, you do not seem to be attacked. It feels sort of uncomfortable, and there's a bit of a tingle at the back of your head, as if someone's like watching you, if you know what I mean. As if
I put it in my loot case,
focused on you, but that's all.
To try and get some extra layers between it and me.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you notice anything unusual about the pot? You poked around at that, didn't you, Taryn?
Huh?
The pot that the stone was in.
I just
Like,
thought it was orange.
Okay. There's nothing.
She did say that
it
felt super magical when she saw it, though.
Okay. There's no like "do not open" sign on it or anything.
Yeah, so when I do catch up, I can see the heartless bodies, and I could try the Arcana thing on that.
You can.
Da, 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 da.
13. You've heard of different creatures that like to eat hearts. Some of them are demonic or devilish beings, as they say that the power of a like a living being, the blood that courses through it, that's where the essence of a living creature lives or stays, basically. So by devouring that, some creatures can gain power or nourishment or such. But you don't know any specific thing about that now. It's the wound is kind of interesting. It looks like it's kind of nearly circular, nearly perfectly circular, and whatever it made the wound seems to have gone straight through the ribs, like cutting through the bones with little difficulty.
Huh. So not a chest burster.
It doesn't look like a blade or anything. It doesn't look like claws as such. You're not quite sure what made this wound. Maybe some sort of magic here. It's hard to say. And you can't really figure out how the last guy died. The third one doesn't have a wound.
Huh, that last one's a mystery, and there's a lot of things that like to eat hearts. Demons, undead, you name it. But what's interesting is how clean these wounds are.
We could try. I have the tracks of the grave of the Undertaker, leading into town. If we want to try and follow them.
I'm down for
Any
that.
clues? A good clue at this point.
Jump at the bodies back. I think it's a bit.
A bit morbid to leave them out. Not to mention they could be dangerous if it's undead.
I think two of us have checked for undead, and I had
Yeah,
a
there
mile.
was nothing.
I had a mile radius, and nothing. So.
Fair. Morals then.
Okay, I'm following the tracks into town.
Okay.
I reckon if I was in a village like this and there was some crazy shit like this happening, we'd have gone to the town hall and barred ourselves in. So I'm expecting, or somewhere. So I'm going to follow the tracks
You
anyway.
can check the town hall. It's only like 100 yards from where you are at the moment.
If people come with me, I will.
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Okay.
Guys, wipe the dirt off my hands and clean myself a little bit. Start in with them.
Okay. So you all guys, anyone wants to stay behind or go somewhere else? Or are you all going to
Not
town?
especially suited for staying behind.
Okay. So you walk over to the town hall and you see the doors slightly open. And the windows are all, however, the windows are all barred up. As you look, like they're not just closed. It looks like they're actually barred from the inside. The door, however, as I said, is open about this wide.
Kick it open.
Okay.
And I'll have my weapon in my hand just in case there is anything.
Okay. The door hits the wall behind it, slowly comes swinging back, and you step inside, looking around, and you can see no bodies. Some of you
Friend Goliath,
or something,
the diplomat.
Scene of slaughter as such, but definitely a scene of some sort of commotion, maybe some sort of fight or some sort of chaos. There are some toppled bits and pieces of furniture. There are what looks to be like pieces of food lying around, and there's a lot of like sleeping bags and such, and blankets just line the corners, and there's two large fireplaces. One sort of slightly off-center, the other one slightly off-center on the other side in the town hall. And it looks like they've been filled up with like burnt pieces of wood and such. There's still a little bit of a smoke in the air. You get the feeling that this town hall, at least for a little bit, has been a place where a lot of people stayed.
But there's no one there now.
Any
No.
signs of a fight? Jesus, something found them all in here and just...
It doesn't look like there's like, you don't see any blood as such. There are a few weapons lying around, like a spear here, like a hatchet there. Nothing too much, maybe about 5 or 6 different weapons.
Do they look used?
No, not that you can see. They're fairly simple weapons, like weapons a farmer would have. The hatchets are mostly like more of a farming equipment than a weapon as such. There's no blood on them or anything like that, if that's what you mean. Some of them are slightly rusty, have definitely some better days.
People don't just up and leave, especially not people that don't have an awful lot of money. They wouldn't just leave all their equipment behind. So something's happened to them.
Can I have a re-round and see if there's like any sheets of paper, like if anyone scrawled,
Told us everything on a piece of paper.
Well, honest to God, like if there was,
Give me an investigation check if you want to take a look around.
I think I'll probably be poking around as well.
Sure.
Is it investigation or survival?
Investigation.
Okay.
Survival is only for wilderness stuff. This is a building.
Okay.
Okay. You find no pieces of paper or anything like that. In such a small village, you don't think most people probably wouldn't even know how to read or write. A couple would probably, but you don't think that a village would have like a hefty supply of parchment and pens and such. This is not an academy or a merchant's house or anything like that, which are usually the people who make notes. No, there is no temple in the village, which is a little strange, but not overly so. But looking around, you definitely get the feeling that there was a lot of people, like several dozen at least, living here for a bit, for it looks nearly like they've sort of barricaded themselves in. You get the feeling there's a couple of bits and pieces of furniture that were sort of arranged around the door as if they were pushed in place once to sort of bar the entrance, and all the windows are sort of closed from the inside and barred up with like pieces of wood and chairs and what they can do. It's sort of a haphazard thing. And you get the feeling that something happened here and the people either disappeared or more likely just fled wherever.
They're probably the ones in the graves, aren't they?
But who put them in the grave? That's the.
Well, who killed him? It's $1 million question.
Oh yeah, but like if I was the type of creature that ripped people's hearts out, I don't think I'd bother burying them.
Well, I think there are a lot of different creatures that rip people's hearts out. I mean, is it a alchemist who's trying to, you know, use it for magic? Is it a monster? Is it a, you know, there's loads of different, I don't know. But it was open when we got here, right? Like it wasn't barricaded. We didn't have to break our way in. Or...
The door of the town hall, you mean? No, the door was slightly open.
Was it? Okay, so does it look like it was open from the inside, or was it kind of forcefully pushed open by a...
The door is undamaged.
Okay.
Like you don't see any battering marks or anything like that on the door.
So it's reasonable to assume that the people in here opened it and left.
But whether or not they did it because they were under the influence of something, or they did it because they wanted to.
Yeah.
I don't really know how we're gonna. Do we try and track the marks of all these people that are fleeing from this building?
We could.
I mean, no.
If they left in kind of, if they were under the influence of something, I'd imagine they. Oh Jesus!
If they're still nearby, we might be able to Pied Piper them.
There might only be one or two, also.
Yeah.
Why don't we hide in the bushes or the tree line or whatever and wait for whoever is burying those bodies to come back?
I think whoever it was is already gone.
But they've still got unfilled graves. Where would
How
you?
long? Oh yeah. How long? So, how long did the graves look like they were opened? Were they kind of old?
Maybe
a few days of rain or anything like that?
Maybe 2 days, 3 days, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think that guy's coming back.
I don't know why you'd dig.
Yeah, the freshest tracks that you have seen around the graves, though, were about a day old. Holy crap. Just,
let's follow them.
Really strong rain started falling here. Wow.
It might be a nightfall thing.
Ominous. Yeah. How far away are we from nightfall?
A good hour, maybe.
Can I try following the Undertaker's tracks? Are they?
Yeah, you have to go back to the bodies, obviously, but yeah, if you want to.
We could have a couple follow and a couple stake out in case he kind of does a circle.
If you want, I'm not a big fan of.
I'm not either, but
I, as a player, I'm not a big fan of splitting the group, but I'm sure Raybar doesn't give a fuck. So, however you want to take that.
I'm not staying behind.
Yeah, I'm following the tracks.
Okay, so everyone follows the tracks, sure, no problem.
20, not natural.
Yeah, you find the tracks again easily enough, and you follow them. So they go back into the village, and they seem to be going to some of the buildings on the southern side of the village. Looking inside, you get the feeling that this person is like entering the buildings and looking for something inside the buildings. They all look a little rummaged through. You just cast a quick glance inside. They're all fairly small farm buildings, so nothing too fancy. And you can search the whole building within minutes, basically. But the tracks always continue. And then finally they leave the village and go west, skirting around the lake, which is immediately to the west of the village. and then sort of heading towards the forest that is on the far side of the lake. And you have about maybe half an hour left of daylight as you notice that. You're now all standing basically on the southern side of the lake and staring towards the forest.
I'm up for following him. I love forests.
Sure. Ambush territory, but why not?
I won't be able to see very well, and I'll have to carry a torch, which might give us away. There is something out there.
I mean, the tracks aren't going to go anywhere.
So that's going to be maybe an issue in half an hour or so, but not right at this very moment.
Do you want to track for as long as we have light and then set up a camp in town? Or do you want to stay in town and set up a kind of a more defensive position?
The lack of light isn't an issue for me. I don't notice much either way.
Why don't we... Well, okay, from what I'm seeing, we can either follow these tracks as fast as we can, sprinting through the forest trying to catch them before it gets dark. Or we can follow them slowly, camp in the forest, and keep going that way. Because if we head back to town, we're just turning around, walking back, and then the next morning...
Oh, we're still kind of at the edge of town, just... And
yeah. You're maybe like 50 yards away or so.
We can see the tracks leading off into the woods. So, how old are the tracks?
About a day. You'd say this person has been walking here just before sundown yesterday.
Maybe he'll be back.
Maybe.
I don't know.
So yeah, like that's the question. We can either follow the tracks. No, so three options. Like I'm kind of just for the sake of keeping it moving. We have follow the tracks into the night. Follow the tracks as long as we have light and set up camp in the forest, or stay in town and get a nice defensive position and see what we can see.
We can move through and camp. I'm fine camping through the night in the forest, but I'm not going to trek at night.
Yeah.
Yeah, camp in the forest sounds good.
Agreed.
Let's do that then.
Okay. So you follow the tracks towards the western forests, across the fields, past the lake, and leaving the village behind you. As you are approaching the edge of the forest, give me a perception check, everyone. Except for Raybar, because you're sort of focusing on the tracks.
I have passive of 16, if that means anything.
16? All right. It's good to know.
Nat 1.
Wow.
Okay, so Terran, as you're approaching the forest, the rest of your companions looking around, you spot
for the first time, Terran sees something.
Yes, indeed. You spot at the edge of the forest, maybe about 30, 40 yards away from you, you spot a small movement, and focusing on it, you see what looks to be like a humanoid shape crouching down behind a bush, sort of peeking out towards you. You can only see like a silhouette, whoever this person seems to be. It's sort of human size, human shape from what you can tell, and has sort of a dark green cloak or something with a hood up. And it seems to be looking towards you, sort of keeping an eye on you or something.
How far away are they?
Maybe about 50 yards or so. But you are steadily progressing towards this shape. Not perfectly towards it. It's a bit off to the left, maybe about 35, 40 feet from where your path is taking you into the forest. But you are coming towards it.
Yeah, screw it. Go big or go home. Oh, friend. What's up? Wave at it.
Give me a persuasion check with Oh, you're casting whole person. Okay. Well, you don't see the guy yet, or the person.
Well, I'm assuming he waves at it.
Yeah,
right?
well,
He
that's
said-
correct. That's correct. You had a fail. No, you had a 9 perception. Okay, so
I'm
you
fine
have
with making a
failed somewhat.
persuasion check. I'm double
Give me a
proficient.
persuasion check with disadvantage.
Okay.
14.
That's,
Okay, that's
17
not
because I'm
bad.
double proficient.
Sorry.
17 because I'm double proficient.
Oh yeah. Okay, so you haven't added that. Okay.
I couldn't figure out how.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but 17, okay. So you guys see all of a sudden Terran stopping and sort of waving over to your left somewhere and shouting into the forest. You all stop. And then you see this figure sort of peeking out over a bush. And you can see a young man's face, maybe in his late teens, 18, 19, like early 20s at the most. He seems very nervous, very pale face, a little bit of a beard. He is, and you can see he has like a short bow over his shoulder, and he's standing there looking at you, and he sort of hesitantly raises one sort of shaking hand. Hello? Who are you? What are you doing here?
Oh, we could ask you the same thing. We're investigating something, and it seems like shit went down.
What? You're
That was
You're
an
not from
accident.
here.
Sorry.
what? Have you seen the monster?
We've seen remains.
You've been in the
Now
village?
you're casting old person.
No, it was an accident. I didn't mean to click on it.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to read the description.
You've been in the village?
Yeah.
So you haven't seen anything weird? No monster?
No monster, just a lot of missing people.
Yeah. That's right. The figure sort of steps out. You can see he's very nervous. He's sort of fingering his bow and looking around, darting glances like a frightened rabbit, looking left, right to see if any movement is to be seen, and slowly carefully approaches you, and then stops about 10 yards away from you, still sort of looking around. Doesn't seem to be too happy about being in the open. And he's wearing sort of leather trousers and boots. Looks like a huntsman or something. The style of the dress, basically fairly simple though. Maybe you can help us. You look, and he especially looks at Tina and Palmyra, I suppose. You look pretty tough. You're mercenaries, sell swords, something like that.
You could say that.
Well, we don't have a lot of money, but I'm sure whatever the village could scrounge up, we'd be happy to give you if you could help us.
There's no one left. They're all dead.
No, what? No, what are you talking about? They're not dead.
Have you not seen the graves?
Where are they?
The graves. I've dug the graves.
So where is everyone?
Well, he sort of looks behind him into the forest. I'd rather not say, just in case. But no, there's still quite a few people around.
So they're hiding in the forest with you.
How about you come up close, whisper it to us? I won't bite.
Jesus, guys, these are so creepy.
Right. He comes a bit closer and sort of. You see, he's a little nervous, but he seems to be far more afraid of whatever else out there than of you guys.
I cast Zone of Truth.
Okay, that's a
Love
charisma
that
saving throw, right?
Yeah.
That means you all have to roll because it's a 15-foot radius. Oh,
Sure.
you want to have just the guy hit or everyone?
I mean, everyone,
Okay
why
with
not?
making a charisma saving throw.
Okay, everyone make a charisma saving throw. The guy fails. Well, you don't have to roll for yourself.
What's the
Does it not
DC?
affect me?
His DC is 14.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's not hard.
I passed.
Okay, so the only one who fails are the hunter and Raybar. You guys cannot lie at the moment. So he sort of stops, feels this weird tingle of the magic going through him, but doesn't react after it. Just casts a few quick glances. So the others, they're hiding in the caves. Well, I don't know where everyone is, but I know that there's about 30 or 40 people hiding in the caves to the west. Don't know where the rest is. They ran off in other directions. I think some of them must have gone east.
What's
But
this
I'm not
monster
sure.
you're talking about?
It's the Heart Eater. It's a thing, a terrible thing. It's been attacking us for a while now. It's I don't know what it is. It's terrible. It's black and gray and has this terrible tentacle-like hair. And
What did it
has
do
three
for the
eyes.
wizard? What did
I
you
don't
do
know.
for the wizard?
I didn't do anything. We tried to get her to help. We hammered against the door, but there was no answer.
So you didn't know that the wizard is in a soul gem at the moment?
I wouldn't confuse him. Don't confuse him. He's
I haven't
already
seen
in.
the wizard in weeks. We tried to get her to help, but she wasn't. Maybe the creature got hurt too. I don't know.
Well, why don't you take us to your friends, and we'll spend the night with you.
No, I can't. I can't do that.
Where's the last person to get attacked by the creature?
As far as I know, it was in the hall. The last time we saw it.
Right.
It came in. It was just there. All of a sudden, we tried to fight it, but there was this scream, and the mayor.
How did you get away from it?
We ran. Mikkel, the smith, and Jörg, the mayor, and about 7 or 8 others tried to jump it, but they just dropped dead. It looked at them, and these 3 eyes, they flashed, and they just dropped down. We ran. We couldn't do anything.
Okay, well, we're going to come with you. We're going to look after you.
I can't take you to the office if we're watched.
You've already told us where they are. We're coming with you whether or not you agree to it.
There's
You
4
might
of
as
us.
well
There's
accept
one
it.
of you. We don't want to hurt you, but
If
if we have to, there's nothing you can do.
The monster. If the monster follows us, it's gonna kill us all. The only hope we have is staying hidden and hoping that it moves on.
Would you rather it follow you alone and take on all you little supposedly weak villagers, or would you rather it take on these 2 tough motherfuckers?
Well, I know how to move unseen if necessary. I've been hunting these forests for as far as I could call back.
Look, it wasn't a question or a request. It's happening. Now either you can come with us or you can not. But we're going to the caves.
I can't let you do that. You'll lead the monster right to the rest of us, to our families.
1 second. What is that one called? I cast suggestion.
Okay. That is a wisdom saving throw. He fails pretty miserably. So what do you suggest?
I think it would be wonderful if you just took us to your friends and stopped arguing.
All right. I can do that, I suppose. Sure. It's gonna be about an hour on foot, so it's gonna get dark.
I cast Pass Without Trace with us.
Okay.
I haven't cast something in a while, so.
Including the hunter?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well then. Come on.
Suggestion lasts for 8 hours, right?
Yeah.
Sweet.
As you start moving towards the forest, you hear behind you, somewhere from the village, this terrible sound. It's like a mixture of a roar and a barking. Like,
Oh, that
freezes.
sounds lovely.
Turns around. What was that?
Was
You hear
that not the creature?
I don't think so. I've never heard it make anything. Those sounds.
I suppose you'd rather not find out then. Turn the fuck around and start walking us back to those
Yeah,
caves.
let's go.
This is my first time doing a spellcaster, so can I cast Primeval Evil Awareness while I have concentration spell up?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not a spell as such, it's a feature.
Oh, okay.
It does it cost you a spell slot? I don't think it does.
It does, yeah.
Oh, it does, okay. Right.
So I will...
It's not concentration, so you can only have 2 concentration spells up, but Primeval Awareness does not count as a concentration spell.
I'll
Like
go for
suggestion,
Primeval
one of the ones I have going right now is concentration.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will cast Primeval Awareness.
Okay, what does that do again? What creatures?
For 1 minute, you can sense whether the following types of creatures are present within 1 mile of you. Aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, undead.
Okay. As your mind reaches out, this time you do sense a presence, some sort of aberration somewhere behind you.
It doesn't reveal the location or number.
Sorry?
It doesn't reveal the location or number. Just before you give me too much information.
Some, like, you can just sense a vague direction somewhere behind you,
Okay.
northwest or so. That's where that sort of like an echo is coming from. You sense this foul. It's like a foul taste in the back of your throat.
Mm.
And Hunter's like, "Come on, let's get going."
I start
I let
speeding
the
up
group
my
know
full
about the
movement.
aberrations.
Sorry?
I let the group know about that. It's an aberration.
Yeah, it's a what?
Don't worry.
Right. Let's get going. Whatever it is, you don't want to be
quicker. They're not fun.
Right. He sort of starts jogging into the forest. You guys follow behind?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep, I'll be right back.
So he leads you west into the forest and leads you for about an hour. After about half an hour or so, the sun goes down, and he does not make any light though. So he's just keeping low, and you're walking slowly and carefully, as he doesn't want to draw attention. He does say eventually that his name's Edgar, and that he was one of the villagers here, or is one of the villagers here. And eventually, you make your way into slightly sort of hilly, rocky area, about a good hour away from the village, still heavily forested though. And he stops, looks around, listens, and then leads you over a fairly rocky ground for a couple 100 yards, and then down to a small ravine. And in that ravine, there's a small cave opening. And he shouts down, "It's me. I've come back. I've found some people that might be able to help us." And you hear a voice saying, "People? You sure they're not in danger?" No, they're good. I'm leading them here. They're mercenaries or something." "All right. Well, let them come in. You sure no one followed you?" Yeah, we made sure. The creature is... the creature's not here. We're safe for now. And then you sort of descend into this cave opening, which is a fairly narrow tunnel, which, especially for Tina, you're like, "Oh shit!" You basically need to sort of kneel down and crouch to fit in. After about maybe 7 or 8 feet, it gets a little wider, and you can see there's a small fire burning at the back. And there's about maybe a dozen or so people, few women, few children, and maybe 2 or 3 men covered around the fire, just draped in their cloaks and a few blankets. And they all look at you, their eyes and pale faces, looking at you with a mixture of mistrust, fear, and a little bit of hope. And there's a bearded older guy at the entrance, brownish beard with a lot of silver already inside. And he's the one who was talking to Edgar. And he gives you a nod. Welcome. We didn't expect anyone else to come by.
We didn't expect to find anybody.
My name's Martin. This is Edgar. You've already met him.
Tina. Now I look to the others to introduce.
Right. So you introduce yourselves. And Edgar and Martin are sort of looking at you, and Edgar whispers a few things into Martin's ear. He nods and says, well, young Martin here is saying that you said you wanted to help, but that that you're gonna expect to be paid. We don't have much, but if we all put together, I'll at least be able to give you maybe 20, 30 gold each.
Come on.
Raybar snorts.
You have more than that. Have you not been collecting taxes?
We don't have much money. There's not much use for money out here. I mean, we can, if we get our herds back, we can offer you a couple goats, some chicken, maybe a cow or 2, if you want, as payment. But we have little hard coin.
So, what do you pay the blacksmith in? How do you get farming tools? How do you get the plows for your fields? Someone's got to make them. Someone's got to be paid for them.
Yeah, there was Mikkel. He's dead now. We paid him in goods, him and his family.
Whatever. She just sort of folds her arms and looks slightly pissed.
Well, we're all in it together anyway. If the creature knows that you're here in the area, I doubt it's going to let you go that easily.
He can try.
How many have been killed?
It depends. Do you count those who have disappeared as being killed?
Yes.
In that case, about 15.
How many are left?
We have a couple people in other caves close by. I'd say we have about 40 people in total. Another 20 or 30, I think, have fled north or east. Although I'm not sure how many of them actually made it. The whole thing days ago. Can't believe it's only been that. It feels like months.
What happened to the wizard?
No idea. I haven't seen her in forever. Well, young Edgar here and a couple of the other lads, they went up to her tower after the first farmer, after old Joseph disappeared. And we knocked at the door. No answer. I reckon the creature might have gotten her as well, or maybe she fled. Maybe she knew it was coming or something. Didn't.
Oh, you clearly put forth great effort.
Because we got in there in like 5 minutes.
That's.
Well, I mean, what do you expect us to do? Break into a wizard's tower?
Yes.
You're not crazy. Could be all kinds of magic stuff.
Are you calling us crazy?
Where does the monster come from?
We don't know. It just came. We haven't the first thing that happened is a couple of our cattle disappeared. That was about 10 days ago or so. Then we found them dead with their chests cut open or something. We thought it was some sort of creature from the northern hills. Sometimes there's things coming down there. We had an ogre a couple years back that.
Let me get this straight. You have a wizard arrive in your village. They lock themselves up in their tower. You don't see them for a while. Then a strange, scary monster arrives.
That's 5 years. He hasn't arrived recently.
I'm just saying, the wizard's been here. Then they disappear. Then a huge, scary monster appears and starts killing everyone, and you don't think the two are related.
What do you think? The wizard turned into a monster and went on a killing spree? I mean, I've talked to her a couple times. She seems like a decent lass.
At the very least, if you're gonna hide behind some doors, I mean, did you see those? They're sturdy as fuck.
The doors don't help. We had ourselves barricaded in the town hall. We had everyone in there, weapons and fires and all the entrances. Yeah, it just appeared out of nowhere. It was there in the corner. It was laughing at us. And then when the mayor and the smith and a couple of the others went for it, it just looked at them. They dropped dead. What do you want us to do?
Fuck.
I want you to pay me is what I want you to do.
I already offered you what we have.
Wow.
What else do you want? You want our...
I want some of you to go and sleep outside tonight. I'll be with you. I'm sure some of my friends will be as well.
Like, when he says that, I step in front of him. No, nobody will be sleeping outside tonight. And I turn to you. You're more than free to go outside if you want.
I'm sorry, do you speak for these people?
We're not gonna go outside. Are you crazy? If the monster finds us, we're all dead. I don't want to... I like my heart exactly where it is. Thank you very much.
You go outside and we will protect you.
Why can't you protect us?
We kill it.
Here?
Because the monster won't attack if you're inside.
What do you mean it won't attack? It attacked us already when we were inside. It came into a hall with 70 people inside.
In the caves, if it doesn't know where you are, it can't attack you.
That's the whole point.
Yes, either you can come with us and stay outside, or I can tie you up and drag you outside myself.
I
saying is if we have you, we know where the monster is going to be. If we don't, then we're at a clear disadvantage with the crazy teleporting beast.
Either it attacks us in our sleep where we don't expect it, or we set a trap for it.
Where we're prepared. Which are you more likely to survive?
I'll do it. Edgar the Hunter is a hand. There's no need to endanger any of the other of the women and children. I'll do it. If you need someone to be bait, if you really think you can kill it, and I'll save us, I'll do it.
You're light on your feet too, so you'd be a good choice. Run and hide if things get bad.
I can help him out with hiding as well.
Yeah, I'm good enough.
Well, we don't really want him hidden because we want him to come and spot it. We want us to be hidden.
But like once the monster shows up, I can confuse it.
But I mean, it's better if we don't do it close here, though. We don't want to endanger the people hiding. So if we could go back towards the village, and I mean, we heard the noises, right?
Right.
Are you sure you want to do that, son? These people, they're far better suited to dealing with this sort of monster. Look at their weapons and armor and everything.
Well, do we wish to do this tonight, or do we wish to spend a day setting it up?
I think we should rest, set it up for tomorrow.
You're a hunter. Is there any hunting traps you have?
A few small ones, nothing big enough for catching a monster this size.
It doesn't have to catch him; it just has to slow him down.
I mean, I have a couple of rabbit slings and such.
When you're in a fight, every microcosm of a second counts.
Sure. I don't think it's gonna do anything, but I can set up a few slings if necessary.
What if we camp out in a clearing or an open space, All we have to do is dig a trench around us, cover it, and then we'll hear if anything comes close.
We're not going to do that tonight, though. That's
No.
going to be we're going to sleep tonight anyway, and then set this
Yeah.
up tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Awesome.
We could. So basically, our plan is we're sleeping tonight, get up tomorrow morning, set up a trap somewhere, and kill it tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me, I suppose.
Where do you want to set it up, guys? In the
Depending
town
on
hall?
what it is.
If you're looking for
chance, I'd like to incapacitate it before we kill it.
if you're looking for a clearing, there's one about a mile north, southwest of here, southeast of here. It could be well suited. I know it well. It's a small stream running past it.
Sure. Let's get some sleep, and we'll figure it out in the morning.
Do we want to take watches?
I'll take first watch.
Okay.
Before, like, I look around. Do the people look like disheveled and like their mood is very low and stuff like that?
Oh yeah.
All right, so like I would try to like dance for them, entertain them, go up to like all the people, do a little
If
performance.
Please, if this is what you're gonna do, please stop. This is a mockery of all things performance.
Yeah, but
Sorry,
between the
I
bard
cannot
and
allow
the
this.
dancing barbarian.
Dancing in this cave is a bit of a problem because you don't have a lot of space. You're pretty large. And the cave is already fairly stuffed with you guys in there. There's hardly a lot of space to move around. So I'm afraid if you want to do some performance, you'd have to do some sort of slightly less space-consuming.
Yeah, I'm not like full on dancing, more just like in my own little spot, going up to people, like trying to cheer them up, make them laugh.
If anyone's injured, I can cast Cure Wounds on them.
The people are not injured. However, if you can spare some food, they'd be very helpful, very thankful. Edgar has been trying to go back to the village and scrounge up a few things that he could find and bring it back and like do a little bit of hunting on the side, but he didn't want to risk being seen by the creature.
I think I have like 10 days rations. So.
Yeah, if you can spare half of that, they'd be more than happy.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you. Some of one of the women, an older woman, puts a hand on her shoulder. You're a good man. Thank you. As she hands out your rations.
I enjoy my rations. Carry on.
If I want to cast Primeval Awareness during the night,
yes.
How does that work with regenerating slots and?
So I don't think you can. If you cast spells during a long rest, I don't think it counts as a long rest.
Fair enough. I won't cast spells during my long. I'll probably do it like one more time before.
Yeah, you can do it before you head to bed, basically, and then it will be back in the morning.
Yeah, I'm going to cast Divine Sense as well.
Okay.
I have a 6-mile radius on my.
Yeah. What? 6 mile?
Yeah, I'm in my favorite terrain.
Oh crap!
Forest.
Oh, yeah, forest. You're right. Yeah. You don't detect anything. Neither of you.
Okay.
Alright.
Get some sleep.
Alright, so also like when people were handing out food, I would pull out like a little cup that I have out of my bag, hand it to people, pull out my alchemy jug, say a little word in Goliath, and start like pouring stuff for people in a cup and going down the line.
Okay.
What's that going to kill them?
I go for.
I would also offer it to the other people in our party as well, but I'm speaking Goliath, so I don't know if anybody can understand it.
What is it? Is it something alcoholic?
Mayonnaise.
Okay. The people will take a little bit of it, although they're not very used to it, so most of them are like shying away from it a bit, and it has a very strong flavor.
We have two
we
versions.
have two columns.
I'm sure it'll go away soon.
I have no idea what just happened.
No clue. We can't hear you, Colm, I don't think.
No, I can't hear.
I can hear him, but it's really, really quiet.
Yeah, it's super quiet.
Should we just have the long rest while we wait?
Yeah, basically, you can have the long rest. The night will pass without any incident, as people are always keeping watch, and like one of them is always in the cave mouth looking out, and you can take that spot if you want, any of you. It looks like the night passes without any disturbance, and as the day dawns, you see that it's going to be a fairly sunny day outside. A little bit of wind, a few clouds, but the sun is already peeking through, rising on well, above the trees in the east.
I had a question for you, DM. I have Channel Divinity with my Oath of Conquest,
Yes.
but that's not a standard paladin thing. That's more cleric, isn't it? Because it isn't described in the PHB.
Paladins do have a Channel Divinity,
Okay.
but it's different. It's a different Channel Divinity, basically.
Okay, how does it work? Because it just gives me two options for it, and it's not described in the PHB.
Yeah, so the two options are the ones that you have. It's the Channel Divinity is the activation of your divine power, and then you choose one of those two options, and then
So how many times can I do that?
once per long rest.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty. I'm pretty sure it's once. It should say so in the text somewhere, but I'm pretty sure it could be twice. But I'm pretty sure it's once.
It just says when you take this oath at 3rd level, you gain the following two Channel Divinity options. And it doesn't.
Oh, okay. In that case, you'd have to check with the paladin. It would have to say. I'm pretty sure it's once per long rest.
I was looking, and it doesn't have anything about Channel Divinity.
Sure.
Yeah, it just says every time it lists Channel Divinity, it just says you gain the following two Channel Divinity options.
Yeah, but like in the player's handbook under paladin.
Yeah, I'm looking like so for the different oaths.
No. Go to the front of the class, not where the different oaths are, but where the.
Yeah.
And it says there, Channel Divinity.
Short or long rest, you get Channel Divinity.
Oh, so it's short rest. Okay, I thought it was long rest. Okay, in that case, it's once per short rest then.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so morning has come. What do you guys want to do?
Are we heading out to that field, or where do we want to try to make this plan happen?
What do you want to set it out in the fields? I thought you were talking about clearing the forest. I mean, if you want the creature to come to us, the fields would probably be better. It's got to see us easily. I'm pretty sure it's stalking around the village waiting for us to come back or something.
It'll also be easier for us to see it.
I suppose.
Sorry, is my mic working?
Yes, it is.
Okay, cool. Thanks. If we go back close enough, I can cast. I can make sure that it's not nearby.
Well, we haven't seen it during daytime yet, so I guess it might be sleeping or something. I'm not sure. All the attacks were at nighttime.
And all the attacks were in the village, yeah?
Well, yes. No, not really, no. When the first farmer, Joseph, disappeared, we sent out some search parties. And one of those search parties never came back.
Where did you send them?
So all over, pretty much. North, east, west, south. The one that didn't come back, one of the, he looks over at Martin, the older bearded guy, and he says, That was the northern search party didn't come back. Pretty sure.
Do we want to try tracking this thing to a lair, or do we want to just trap it tonight?
It's not going to take the whole day to track it. If we're able to follow its tracks to a lair, let's give it 6 hours. If we can't, then we start building a trap. How about that?
That sounds good. Can we get the civilians to start building the trap? Set up like
what do you want us to do? I'd rather not have the women and children out and about.
If you can get like just a few guys to go back to town and get a few like barrels of oil or kind of flasks of oil, any sort of like bear traps, any.
We don't have any bear
ropes.
We'd probably be able to get a few flasks of oil, sure, but.
I turn to Edgar. When would this creature usually come? Like the mornings or at night?
We're not sure. I personally think that it's usually coming towards the darker parts of the night, sort of between midnight and morning. But
when did it attack you in the town hall?
That was around midnight.
Okay.
When did we hear it screaming?
That was not before nightfall. Because you were leaving the village behind and you heard that weird sound behind you. And that was the sun was still up.
That might not have been the monster. That might have just been a creature in the forest.
Not like any forest creature I know.
Yeah.
If we're gonna try to track it, we should do it now.
You guys like start making stakes, start making kind of get some rope and stuff. We'll be back in about 6 hours. We'll go to the edge of town. I'm going to cast Primeval Awareness, and I'll make sure that's not nearby.
Well, I don't know what that means, but sure, I can grab about maybe 4 or 5 guys, and we'll get some barrels, some ropes, and what do you say? Do you say stakes?
Yeah,
Wooden
just like
stake.
get a knife.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. I mean,
do you have any silver?
So, maybe if you around.
Any spirit alcohol?
There's probably a bottle or 2 to be found. Sure.
Okay, we'll take those 2.
Sure. Okay. So you want to go now?
No, we'll collect it when we get back. Well,
wait.
Are they here?
I thought you were going with us to the village. Aren't you?
Yeah, we're going with you to the village. We're gonna make sure that's safe, and then we're gonna follow tracks.
Right. Might as well search for supplies while we're there as well.
Right. Right. Well, if you're guarding us, I suppose I'll gather a few men, and he sort of goes out.
To be clear, we're going to make sure that it's safe in the village, and then we're following tracks if we can.
I think Martin has understood that.
Okay.
If you know that the creature's not nearby, we'll just grab as much stuff as we can and then head straight back. And I suppose we'll start setting up the trap, right? I'll set some slings and whatever you need.
Let's move.
All right, comes back with about 4 other guys. They all look kind of afraid, and they're all a little older. And you head out now, followed by 6 villagers: Martin, Edgar, the hunter, and 4 others. As you are heading back to the village, it takes you a good hour or so, maybe a bit more, since you are slowed down a bit by the villages. The western edge of the forest, basically. They're now gazing over the lake and into the village itself, which looks.
How far is it from the edge of the forest to the caves?
Hard to say. About 2 miles, maybe.
Okay, that's good.
Something like that. 2.5 miles, something like that.
That's fine. Yeah, just from the point of view of the 6 mile radius.
Yeah, it would definitely cover that. Yeah.
At the edge of the forest, I'll cast Primeval Awareness again.
Okay. And you still have a 6 mile radius, right?
It depends how you want to call this, because like if I'm in the forest, do I get a 6 mile radius outside the forest? You know,
probably
in
not
that direction.
Because that it's sort of you are connected to
Yeah.
like the energy of nature, and there's no forest energy on the fields. So you'd have
Okay,
like
yeah, so
one side you'd have like a 6 mile radius, and the other side you'd have like 1 mile sort of thing.
that's very fair. I'll go for
Not-
that.
You do not detect any creature.
That's fine. I let everyone know that's safe, and we'll head into town.
Okay. So you skirt past the southern side of the lake and approach the village. Who's going first?
Tina will.
Okay. So Tina, as you approach the village, you hear a sort of thing growling sound. And the villagers behind it don't seem to hear it because they're sort of whispering with each other and looking around nervously. But you've definitely heard it. It came from somewhere, one of the first buildings sort of on the south side of the village.
All right, I grab my weapon, start moving a little slower, and say I heard something up ahead.
Edgar the hunter calls out to you quietly. So, what's going on? Do you hear anything or see anything?
There's some growling, some sort of creature up ahead. Not sure what it is.
How far away are we?
You're about maybe 30, 40 feet from the edge of the village now. Very
Okay, I
close.
cast Divine Sense.
Okay.
So it's undead, celestial, or fiend.
No, nothing shows.
Well, it's not undead, and it's not a fiend. Maybe it's just a boar or something from the forest.
As you step in towards the village, Tina, you see one of the doors to one of the huts is broken open and lies splintered on the ground. You're pretty sure that wasn't there last night. And you can see what looks to be like deep prints, marks on the ground in front of the hut. And while you're looking at it, you look up and you can see from the hut emerges this reptilian head, dark purplish blue skin.
Oops.
And you see two small red eyes gazing into yours, and you feel like a pulse of energy hitting you. As you do that, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Con save? Okay.
Yes.
So that'll be +6. And it is a 24.
Okay. You feel this cold sensation hitting you as you meet the gaze of this creature, but whatever it is, shrug it off. And you guys now see this creature emerging, this large lizard thing with many, many legs, these spikes growing all over its head and sort of over its the back and around its tail. And you see the saliva hitting the ground as it gives you this growl. And like a snake, its tongue comes out, tasting air and going back. And, well, at least, Raybar, you immediately recognize this creature. This is a basilisk. You have no idea what it's doing here, but there it is, and it's staring straight at you guys as we are entering initiative. And Raybar, you're up first.
I'm gonna notch an arrow, and I'm gonna move away from it. I'm
Okay.
gonna hold my action until it has taken damage.
Okay. So you just wait, notching an arrow, and start retreating, basically. Okay. Terran, you're up next.
I will also make sure I'm a decent distance from it and cast Fairy Fire on it.
What's the range in Fairy Fire?
Fairy Fire. The range on Fairy Fire is 60 feet. and it's
Okay,
each
yep, that's
object
good
in a
enough.
20-foot cube.
Yep. And that's a dexterity saving throw, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the creature fails miserably. It just shakes its head as this kaleidoscopic light hits it and starts to glow all over its body. It just snaps at it. Looks up to you again.
Yep. So while I keep this up for the next minute, anybody who attacks it has advantage.
Yeah. All right. Tina, you're up next. You're the only one who's sort of within 30 feet of this thing.
All right. I'm gonna rage, and I'm gonna charge right at it.
Okay. Let me see something real quick. So as you are running at it, its eyes meet yours once more, and you once more feel this power trying to strike into your body. That will be another Constitution saving throw, please.
All right. +6. Probably not 11.
No, that is a fail. As you run at it, you feel all your muscles starting to seize up, and you're like, stop. You've barely walked a couple feet, and you can't move. Everything's starting to seize up. It's like a cramp all over your body. And you are restrained.
Awesome.
Okay. That's pretty much your turn. Palmyra, the paladin. You're about.
I'll unmute myself first.
You're about 50 feet away from the creature now.
Okay, I cast Armor of Agathis on myself.
All right. Frost starts building upon your armor.
Then.
What level are you casting it? Just level 1?
Oh. Yeah, level 1.
Okay.
So it's just 5 temp HP and 5 cold damage to anything that hits me.
Yep.
And that lasts for
long enough.
Yeah. And then I run at it.
Okay. You can't quite get to it, but as you run at it, it swings its gaze and hits you as well with its piercing red eyes. Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh. No.
That is a fail. You as well. Stop.
Sorry, that was a con roll, not a con saving throw.
What's your bonus?
1.
Doesn't make a difference. You are also restrained, as you're both pierced by the gaze of the basilisk.
Sure.
Okay, the basilisk's turn. It will go for the Goliath as the biggest and juiciest target, and it is also restrained. So the basilisk just with its many legs clawing into the ground, goes in and goes for a bite against Tina's leg, and with advantage because you're restrained. Natural 1. That's still a miss, I believe. That will be a 13, which is a miss. Yes. So
Yep.
Tina, the creature goes in, but its teeth can't actually pierce your muscle and the little bit of like leather that you're wearing, your trousers or whatever. It's just like ripping at your clothing, but your muscles are so hard that the basilisk's teeth can't get through. It's nibbling on your leg, basically. That was the basilisk's turn. Vraybar.
I basically wasted my action last turn, was it?
Yep, pretty much, because the basilisk will not hurt.
Okay, I'm just gonna. I forgot. It was actually a stupid thing to do because I forgot that I have 2 attacks, so I'm gonna shoot at it.
That is correct. So when you shoot at the basilisk, if you look at it, you also have to give me a Constitution saving throw, I'm afraid.
If I kind of don't look at it, I have disadvantage, but because it's fairy fire.
Then you can sort of look away and just go for like blind shots, more or less, as you have an idea where it is. That will give you disadvantage in the attack, but you will not have to meet its gaze.
Okay, so it's just a straight roll then.
Oh yeah, because it has
fairy
fire.
fire.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, so I'll do that. So that's 11
Okay.
piercing.
Okay, the arrow flies through the air, hits it in one of the front legs. Okay.
That's a 20. And I'm going to use Colossus Slayer after
Certainly.
that.
So that's
Come on, man.
That's 17, 19 points of damage in total.
That's
still pretty significant. 2 arrows striking deep into this creature's flesh as it just shakes in anger. There's also something weird going on. You see it sort of shaking and snapping at the air as if it was angry at something you can't see or something. It's like eyes are blinking. It looks confused for a moment, but then its eyes clarify once more. Terran, you're up next.
Is Bardic Inspiration a bonus action or a full action?
It's a bonus action.
Sweet. All right, first, let me check something about this because I don't know if it'll work. It'd be kind of silly if it did. Oh, great. It's just creature. I am going to first cast Vicious Mockery at
At the basilisk.
at the basilisk
Okay.
as I let out a stream of insults
Does that
towards its
creature have to
parentage.
understand you for that?
Though it need not understand you. It just has to be able to hear me.
Okay, that's fair.
So wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, it has a very strong wisdom. Oh, that is actually a success.
Oh, nice.
Surprisingly enough.
That does nothing to it then.
It just...
And with my bonus action, I will do a little trilling whistle to give Tina a inspiration die.
That's a D6, is it? Or
D8.
D8, okay.
D8 at level 5.
All right. Tina, you're up next, and you can give me a, let's see, start of its next turn.
At the start of my turn or at the end, I believe?
Repeats the saving throw at the end of its next turn. So you are still, however, you are only, for now, you're only restrained, which means you can still attack the creature. Your speed is 0, so you can't move, but because the creature is standing right in front of you, you can still attack it. You will have disadvantage on the attack, but you have advantage to the fairy fire, due to fairy fire. So it's just a straight up attack. If you want to attack, you can do that.
All right, and I'll use reckless attack, so I will have advantage. If I can.
No, that doesn't work that way.
Oh, okay.
It's
All right, so
And you have that Bardic Inspiration die.
You can add that, obviously, but you might want to save that for your saving throw. Not sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to try. All right, so first attack is a crit, 20.
Go for it.
For 7, 16, 19 damage, first attack.
Oh, crap.
Down.
Angry
Second attack
creature.
is 23.
Yep, that hits as well.
For 15.
Wow. Well, that's,
sorry. Actually, there'd be an additional 6 because I would still be raging from the turn before.
Okay, so that's... Oh my god, that's... okay. So that's 19, 20, 22, 20... That's 30, 40. Wow, that's like over 40 damage. So you're just angry at this thing that's trying to bite you and it's weird magic shit that's trying to do whatever. You just swing down your... What's your weapon of choice? Great sword?
Great sword.
Yeah, you just swing it down twice, slash across its snout, cut it open through the bone, it rears back, and with the second swing, you take its head clean off.
And as it collapses, I try to fight off this
Yep.
thing holding me down, which is +6. Oh, yep, I got 16. Or sorry, 15.
Yeah, as you see the basilisk dying its magical gaze, still sort of coursing through your veins, you shake yourself. The rage gives you strength. The fire burns it away.
If I look at the head, does it still affect me?
Nope. But you are Sadly, already affected, which means you still have to roll me a second check to shake it off.
I mean, presumably I could just keep doing these until I'm free of it, right?
Nope. So you guys see Elvira standing there and just like.
I cast Lesser Restoration on myself.
That was at the end of your turn, but I'll let you do it. Usually you would be stoned now because you roll at the end of your turn. You roll the save. If you fail, you turn to stone.
Okay.
But okay, I'll let you do that. So instead of rolling the saving throw during your turn, you are restrained. That does not, however, mean you cannot cast spells.
Fine.
So I'm guessing Lesser Restoration works on that.
Yeah.
Blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. Well,
Oh, shit.
I don't think it works. No.
What about the
It says
spell magic?
Great restoration spell or other magic. So you are turned into stone. You see your paladin friend just go gray.
Great.
Stay there.
I'll cast dispel magic on it.
Yeah, that should probably work. I'm guessing. I mean, it's magic, so I'll let it work.
Let me make sure.
Okay.
Magic into stone and is restrained. Yeah, it is magic. Like specifically says it is magic. So yeah, I'd say that works.
Thank you. Just sort of.
And yeah, you and the stone sort of falls apart, and you see all little bits of grayish flesh just breaking off your armor as you break out, shake yourself, and are back.
Was I the only one that got paralyzed by that, or didn't save?
Oh well, the barbarian saved successfully. The other two were too far away. The gaze only has a 30-foot range.
I should have chucked my javelins at it.
So, if I'm 30 foot away from it, can I make a ranged attack without disadvantage?
If you're further than 30 feet away, yes, you can.
But it's dead now.
It is dead now.
All right, yeah, no, it's just for... okay, yeah. I misunderstood what was going on there.
So the villagers are like standing way back. They retreated quite a bit when they saw the creature coming, wisely enough. And they're now approaching slowly. And Edgar goes, "What was that? It's a basilisk, isn't it?"
I pick up the head. Was this what you guys had trouble with in your village?
No, it didn't look like that at all. I don't.
Can I have a look around in the... Can I track this basilisk, see where it came from?
Certainly, yeah. It's not. You don't even have to roll. It's fairly heavy. It has 8 legs. It has massive claws, and the ground is not stone. It's like earth, dirt floor, basically in the village. So you can easily track it. It seems to be like it was wandering the village for a while, for a couple hours, probably sniffing for food and such. But it came from up north.
Is this something that happens here a lot? I ask the villagers.
Edgar says, I've heard that there's some basilisks in the hills to the north, but they never came this far. I mean, that's like 10 miles away or even further.
I asked the bard, is what our target was doing likely to have attracted basilisks?
I don't know.
Give me an
Fair
intelligence check. Actually, that would be Arcana. Basilisks are magical creatures.
Not my best roll.
I couldn't roll about animal handling or anything to see
not
what
animal.
would attract. Okay.
Monstrosity. I mean, you know that basilisks have a poisonous bite, that they have magic in their gaze that can turn victims into stone. You know that they can be quite dangerous, quite aggressive. They're not smartest of any creatures. They have animal-like intelligence. but you have no idea about like their social behaviors and such, whether they would be attracted by whatever is happening in this village or not.
Right.
Okay. I guess over the course of following the tracks, I can establish if the village is safe. Any more of these?
It seems to be the only one.
Okay.
Martin, the old bearded fella, says, well, great. Does that mean there's even more monsters coming in now?
Not if we deal with this quickly.
One wasn't enough. What does that mean?
Where can you show me any tracks of the creature we're hunting?
Edgar says, I've never really found its tracks. I'm not sure. I've looked around a bit in the village, but I didn't find any of its tracks. No. Looking at the basilisk tracks as it was approaching the village, you did find it strange. It was sort of beelining straight for the village, basically following a small footpath that comes from the northern part of the forest, going straight for one of the village gates. And they must have just climbed over the gate or something, or just broken through. Pretty much. I mean, they're like small fence gates. They're not like castle gates. The basilisk smashed through that without any issue.
Do we want to stick to the plan or try to head north?
Like, why would I don't get the logic of why the basilisk would come. The monster ended.
Very weird. It doesn't sound like any behavior from like an animal. I mean, it's a basilisk, so you don't really know about them much, but for you, it's weird. Like,
okay,
why would a solitary basilisk just run into the village?
How far away are these mountains?
Well, Edgar points them out in the distance. You can see, you remember those hills that you saw in the north from the watchtower? They're about maybe 3-4 hour journey. So a fair bit away.
Oh, yeah. 3-4 hours wouldn't be too bad. It'd be 3-4 days I'd be worried about. Yeah, if you guys...
You can see them. They're not super far, but it's a fair bit.
Okay.
And Edgar, we stayed out of the northern forest mostly. As I said, there's a few different types of monsters in the northern hills. I've heard of basilisks and giant spiders. We had an ogre a couple of years ago wandering down. We had to kill it. It wasn't pretty, but
you killed an ogre.
Yeah, it sort of attacked the village. We lost 3 people doing it.
How did you do it? Spears and arrows, was it? Or?
Yeah, pretty much. A lot of spears, a lot of arrows. I mean, it was 20 of us and only 1 of it, but still.
Okay, you guys get the... Did we decide town hall or clearing for the trap? I asked the group.
Either one is fine. I think they're both going to lead to something.
Right. As we're in town, and I think it comes to town. Will we say town? Yeah, I tell the villagers that we're going to set up the trap in the town hall.
So, what do you want me to do? I mean, if it just appears of thin air, I don't know if any of my traps would be very useful.
How can I put this? Just if you make the center of the hall safe for us to be in, and then just around the edges have some spikes and whatnot.
What, inside or outside of the building?
Inside.
I suppose we can do that. Well, give it a try.
I'm expecting some Stranger Things to happen.
Well, all right.
Where's this? Where is my reference? Totally missed.
I mean, if the monster comes back while you're gone,
I don't think it will. We'll be gone, but we'll be back before your nightfall.
good. All right. Well, we'll try to do it on the sneaky side, not run around the village too much in case it's watching.
If another basilisk comes, leave. Just run.
Of course.
Okay.
Not crazy.
Good to hear it.
All right. Martin steps up and sort of claps you on the shoulder and says, "Thank you for your help. I don't know what the hell's going on here, but it's very much appreciated."
Don't touch me.
Sorry. Didn't mean anything by it.
Okay. I guess will we head north, guys?
All right, let's go.
Yeah. Like that's the only lead we have if there's no tracks of the actual monster.
No, the only monster tracks you can see are basilisk tracks. They are very, very obvious.
I just think it's weird that the basilisk came to this town, but whatever. That's it.
All right. So what are you doing? Just
I'm reverse tracking the tracks.
the basilisk tracks? All right.
Yeah.
Give me a survival check. Because this is mostly forest, you will have advantage on this. On the first part is out in the field.
Can I help him? Because I also have survival.
Well, he has advantage anyway.
Oh, okay.
Thankfully. It's 12. That was a horrible roll.
Okay. That was a pretty bad roll, yes. Nonetheless, that is good enough. So while you're tracking the basilisk north, sort of reverse tracking it, you do notice very soon, sort of pretty much from the edge of the forest, that there are some other tracks sort of intersecting the basilisk ones, as if someone or something was walking with the basilisk. Those tracks look human-ish, you would say. Someone wearing shoes. Or something wearing shoes. Could be humanoid, let's put it that way. You're not sure if it's human, but it could be like an orc or something similar. Something with 2 legs and normal feet and wearing shoes anyway.
Okay, I guess we just keep heading.
Okay.
If they're moving with the basilisk.
Yeah, they look like.
Okay.
I mean, do we not want to follow them in the other direction to see where they went? Because if the basilisk went that way and the other person went that way, just following them that way isn't going to do anything.
Went towards the village and looked like the person, let's call it that was following the basilisk or maybe walking with the basilisk, stopped at the edge of the forest, basically.
And there are no tracks from it?
No, they went back. They went away again.
Oh, okay, fine.
Back.
So we're following that.
Yeah, pretty much. That's a good point.
Okay. You follow the tracks for about 2 hours or so, and then you see the human tracks disappear.
Like
disappear.
Yeah, just like footsteps, then 2 feet next to each other, and then nothing.
I clear the earth in front, where the steps would be going, and see if there's anything on the ground.
No. I mean, basilisk tracks, but no humanoid tracks.
Anything up in the trees? Any like marks of climbing or anything?
Give me a perception check. Investigation, in fact.
Investigation.
Yes.
18.
Okay. Looking around, you do actually spot up on one of the trees, pretty much straight above, or nearly straight above where the tracks ended. You do spot some scrapes and like scratches across the bark of the tree. However, that's like 25 feet up or something.
This is some Blair Witch shit right here. I'm not climbing up there.
If you point it out, I'll like hand you my bag, and I just start trying to climb up.
Can I hop on your back?
Okay.
Would that make it harder?
Up to the
I don't
DM.
think you weigh enough.
With the equipment and such, it would be enough for him to give you a disadvantage if you're carrying
Okay.
it.
Oh, like I'll doff my equipment.
Sure. Okay, that works. If you leave everything behind except for maybe a weapon or two, that works.
On the ground, and we're climbing up a tree. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right, so need to roll acrobatics or athletics.
Athletics, yeah.
14.
Okay, yeah, that's good enough. You make it up the tree. It's not very hard to climb the tree. It's spring, so there's like a few buds and a few small leaves on the trees, but they're by no means heavily foliage. There's no heavy foliage on the trees. The trees are still waking up after winter. And going up there, you do spot fairly distinct like tracks on the tree as such. No footprints, of course, but like a scratch here and there, a few like leaves missing, a bud trampled down, a small twig broken. Looks like this creature, I don't know, left or flew up here and then just continued moving in the trees. But it didn't do so
Like
very much elegance as such. It was just like climbing.
jump from tree.
No, it didn't.
Yeah.
No, it didn't. It doesn't seem like that. It seems like it was just like walking along the branch and then walking over another branch and then sort of made its way over to another tree, not like leaping or anything. Like, you know, in a way that a human could any halfway reasonably athletic human could easily do the same thing.
Oh, if I follow, it'll be dex checks. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to roll a acrobatics check in this case. Tina could not follow. He's too heavy for the branches. They would easily snap under his weight.
I'll go for it.
Okay, acrobatics check.
Oh gosh,
A 7. Okay, so you
no.
jump over, go for a branch,
Favorite training?
and just and you fall about 20 feet down, smacking onto the ground, taking 3 points of damage as you land in like a bush, basically, just a few scratches and such.
I thought I saw something down here. No, it's nothing. That's fine.
Yeah, you guys that are still standing at the trail, look to the left, you just see the gnome going in the bush. And then coming back out.
Gnomes are falling from the sky.
Can I follow the tracks from the ground?
You could try.
I will do that.
Another survival check, please. 21. Excellent.
I'm in my favorite terrain. Is that?
Yeah, but you would have disadvantage because you're following tracks on the tree from the ground.
I get you.
Which basically means it's an even roll. But 21 still, and you don't have to follow the tracks very far. They only go maybe about 30, 40 feet. There's like a couple trees, and then they seem to have descended back down. However, the creature looks like it jumped down. Weirdly enough, the trail, like where it jumped, doesn't look like it jumped, if you know what I mean. Like it doesn't look like it landed with a lot of force. It looks like it just basically descended and landed or teleported from the branch down there. You're not sure. It's definitely something weird going on. It's just like 2 feet appear, basically, standing next to each other, and then continue walking.
This, like, I guess I know enough to know that this sounds like Misty Step. Does it? Or
could be
any
type of magic that lets you move around.
Okay.
It could be, yeah. It's this creature seems to be definitely trying to shake off like pursuers, sort of thing, in a way, by going through the trees, but it doesn't seem to be doing a massively good job at it. So it doesn't. You don't think the creature is very experienced wilderness-wise. It doesn't strike you as a wild sort of barbaric creature that knows the wilds very well, or person.
Okay. I turn to the group. Do we want to move stealthier?
It might not be a bad idea.
It can't hurt, can it?
I can do another check for aberrations. I mean, like, I can cast something to help us.
It's up to you.
If you think that would help, guys. Yeah, I'll pop a pass without trace and another primeval awareness.
Yeah, you definitely sense an aberration close by somewhere.
Close by.
Yes.
No, yeah, okay, no sense of direction. Yeah. And I will stealth as well, and I will continue following the tracks.
Okay, so you cast Pass Without a Trace on the group?
I do.
Okay, so that's the stealth check for everyone with a +10.
36.
Okay.
+10.
No miss. Impossible.
+12. 14.
Where is that?
Okay.
32.
Wow. Okay. Okay, anyone below a 15?
Oof. Do I have disadvantage from my splint?
I think so, yes.
Then yes, I'm on 13.
Okay, so even without the helpful magic of the ranger, you guys can hear Palmyra sort of breaking through the bushes. She's clearly not used to stealth missions in the forest. She's not super loud, like if the creature is 100 feet or more away, she will not be heard. But if it's closer, you're pretty sure she has been, noticed. All three of you can hear her quite distinctively.
And it's all subjective too. I mean, when 3 people turns into shadows in the night and somebody goes smashing through trees, they'll probably notice.
Yes. You follow those trails for maybe about 150, 200 yards or so. And then you come upon a small pond, about 20 feet across or so. And just beyond that pond, you see there is a small cave opening in the side of a gentle sloped hill that is heavily forested.
I think we found what we're looking for.
Let's see.
So you're now gazing across that pond, that little cave.
Do we want to try to get inside?
It's always caves. It's never a garden or something nice.
Yeah. Yeah. There's some trick I can do with like minor illusion, but I don't think there is. I guess I'll lead the way in.
Okay. as you enter, you notice that this cave is very wet. The ground is muddy, and there's water trickling from the ceiling. It's just about high enough for Tina to like stand there slightly, sort of bent forward. If you were you would be standing. The top of the cave would be hitting your forehead, basically, Mr. Goliath.
All right, so like as we start to head in, like I reach in front and like push you behind me, and I say, "Let me go first."
Sure thing, big guy.
Not a bad idea. Nothing's gonna even get past him if he dies. Just be a permanent meat shield.
Use my body.
Yeah, I'm just worried about shooting past him.
As you push into this wet, muddy cave, you see that the sort of entryway winds to the left and the right, and then you see in front of you, it seems to be getting a bit wider, and there is what looks to be like a small pond inside the cave as well, in this slightly larger room that's just about high enough for for Tina to stand now. And for those of you who don't have dark vision, you don't see shit. It's pitch black in here.
I turn to our magic user. Can you create light or anything?
No, I can see in the dark, so I never learned that spell.
Say I don't have much choice, and I pull out a torch out of my bag and light it.
As you are pulling your torch out and sort of going for your tinderbox to light it, all of a sudden you guys hear a voice speaking inside of your head. It's coming from all directions at once. And the voice says, "Why do you come and pursue me so? Why do you wish to seek quarrel with Ejesh? Have you not been warned of Ejesh's presence in this domain?"
I gotta stick you back in this rock, Ejesh. Just saying, it's gotta happen.
What is your quarrel with Ejesh? Ejesh wishes no harm to you or itself. Ejesh offers you to let you leave.
Is that why you sent the basilisk?
Ejesh wanted to see what you would do. You killed it. Poor creature, Ejesh pities it.
Well, what did you think we were going to do? Just let it live? I mean, come on. You that stupid?
Yes.
Ejesh does not like to be insulted. Ejesh would suggest female human to take good care of what she says.
If you don't like being insulted, don't be stupid.
Oh, you haven't been insulted. Oh, you haven't been insulted yet.
What do you look for? Why are you here?
We want the wizard woman.
I have no use for her. Ejesh.
Yeah, we get it. You put her inside a soul gem. You're not that smart.
Ejesh can let you take her.
We want her body back.
Take it. Ejesh has no more need for it.
Okay, give it to us and we'll leave.
Ejesh says you will find it easily enough for yourself. Take it and leave.
Where is it? You're doing that whole stupid answers thing again, honestly.
Who is stupid? You who gaze into darkness.
Normally I shoot for a more tactful approach, but the paladin's right on this one. You're kind of an idiot for a psychic spectre
I look around
creature.
for the body. Can I see the body anywhere in this room?
Check. 18. Yeah, there is maybe about 15 feet away from you. There is a slumped form lying on the ground at the edge of the pond in the darkness.
I go over to it.
Okay.
Once he starts moving, I'll follow.
Okay.
I'm prepping a whole person spell on there.
Sorry?
I'm prepping a whole person spell if anything bad happens to our party.
Okay. Sure. Tina, do you like the
Yeah.
torch finally?
Yeah, so like once I was able to, I would light the torch so I could see what's going on.
Yeah, you can see now a muddy, pale, blonde, short-haired woman in her maybe mid-20s or so, lying one hand sort of in the pond, unmoving.
I check the pulse.
But
She's breathing.
yes, she's breathing. You as you approach, you can see her chest.
Do you say
ever
that
so
out
slight.
loud?
I presume you see it as well.
Yeah, now
I
with
mean,
the
I can
torch
see
light.
her. I don't know if I'd noticed that she was breathing, though.
A divine sense for undead, celestial, or fiend within 60 feet.
Nothing.
Not even the other guy.
No.
I'm going to open up the loot case, grab a piece of cloth, pick up the stone, and set it in her hand.
Okay. Nothing happens.
Oh, that's not good.
So something. Oh, I don't know.
Something blocking it.
What have you done to her?
How do we get her body back in?
What you asked for. Take it and leave.
Edge, I never made a deal with you. Tell us how to fix it, or I'll fucking murder you.
Try.
I cast hold person
On.
on. No, I don't. I can I make a perception check and make sure that he's really there?
Who's really where?
Ejesh.
The only thing you can hear is a voice in your head. It could be coming any.
Oh, right.
You haven't seen any figure or any creature or anything except for your companions and this prostrate, unconscious woman.
Raybar, have you sensed anything here?
I know that there's a aberration very close by at the mouth of the cave.
Is it in that body?
If I cast it again, would I be able to detect if it's like
Doesn't give you
that
location,
close?
as you said yourself.
Shouldn't have fucking told him that. God damn. I've got nothing.
Yeah. I guess we just bring the body into the sunlight. Maybe we can study it a bit more.
Does the cave end here?
Looking around, it seems to, yeah. It's a fairly sort of largish cavern, not very high, but sort of long. But you don't see any other tunnels, except for a small trickle of water that's sort of entering the pond from diagonally above. There looks like to be a small tunnel where the water is coming out, but that's filled with
Could
water.
we fill the space with fairy fire?
Which space?
Like the cavern?
No, you have to cast about maybe 3 times to fill the whole thing.
If I cast fog cloud, would we see a thing disturbing the fog?
Nope, because you wouldn't see through the fog.
Okay, I can do like a low level.
Big fog.
Okay.
What if I cast Zone of Truth and ask him where he is? He doesn't have to answer it, but
Exactly.
it might.
He might also not be in range. You don't know where he is.
But I would know whether or not he's affected by it.
That is correct.
What do you gain out of this?
Eshish is not here to answer your feeble questions. You
I
killed
mean,
Oh yeah.
the female, did you not?
you wanted to do something with the body, right?
What is done is done.
Well, I mean, I could just kill the girl now.
Certainly.
I draw my sword and walk over to the body.
Okay, so you guys.
I'd really prefer if you didn't do that.
I'm not actually going to do it.
I know I have a part to play, though.
You know I can hear you, right?
I didn't say that out loud.
No, of course you did. There's no telepathic communication player to player. Of course you said it out loud.
It's meta.
Right. Well, in this case, it wasn't. Too bad.
Whoa, come on.
Yeah.
There's no metagaming in the middle of a intense situation that could end with.
Then I stab the body in the stomach with my sword.
So you guys see him drawing back his blade, and he's going in for a stab. Anyone wants to do anything?
I charge and try to tackle him.
Give me an athletics check.
Do I get to
I
resist
checked the
that?
pool.
Yeah, you can roll an athletics check as well. Anyone else wants to do
I just stand in front of the body.
22.
Okay.
I was already right there, so
This
if
paladin
the sword
is
comes
crazy.
down, it's hitting me.
Okay, so the giant form of Tina just tackles you and pushes you away, flinging you a couple steps back, and then holding you in a grip, basically.
I'm going to check the pool. I'm going to take out a short sword and stick it in the pool.
Okay, it's deeper than a short sword. How foolish! Now you fight amongst yourselves. You dare to call me foolish?
If we take the body, we can just take it back to the wizard college. They can put her back in.
They'll know
We
what's
don't care
wrong
about
with
this
her.
guy. Yeah, I consider this dealt with.
But we didn't have. I mean, we can kill her and bring her back, and they can resurrect her. Right? It's not exactly.
Yeah, wizards are known for their resurrection magic. That's correct. 100%.
They will be able to find a cleric.
Mm-hmm.
I think. I don't know if like normal people can get res, or is it only?
Well, first of all, resurrection is fairly expensive, and
If they
I
care
think-
about her.
it's fairly rare.
Well, yeah, no, but it's easy. It'll be easier to put a soul back in a living body than to
Of course.
a dead body. I see no reason to continue.
If you guys are actually discussing this, I pick up my weapon and stand by her. Nobody will be killing her.
Yeah, I'm not going to kill her. I've made that very clear. I think we should just take the body and leave.
But why does this guy want the body? What's he done to it?
He doesn't want the body.
Kill the armored female. She has proven herself an enemy, don't you think?
Is there a way I can examine more closely what might have happened
In what way?
to figure out why she's still breathing but the soul's not going back in when it had no issue transferring temporarily over to anybody else?
That's a good question. Give me an Arcana check. 18. Well, the most likely explanation is that something's or someone is blocking it.
Why are you blocking it, Jizzbag? Sorry, I can't remember your actual name, so it's just going to be Jizzbag from now on.
What do you speak of? Ejish does not understand.
That's okay, Jizzbag. That's for you to know and for you to find out what's blocking the soul.
No answer.
Ejesh, I want to leave. And I don't want to have to deal with you anymore. I don't think you want to deal with us anymore. Tell us,
Ejish,
help us out here, and we leave.
take the body Ejish already offered.
Look, here's the deal. I'll tell you where the villages are. You can do what you want with them. Just let us put the soul back in this girl's body.
I will offer you a different deal.
It's horrifically fucked up because I wouldn't turn that down.
Thinks to offer you a fair deal. You wish for the girl to return, yes?
Yep.
I just can do that for you.
I'd rather have someone from us do it, personally. I don't trust you.
What will you do? What do we have to do for you?
3 of you take the girl and leave.
Cool. I cast Hold Person on the barbarian.
Wisdom saving throw.
Let's see. Oop, nope. I was on
As soon as I realize this is happening, that's a concentration spell, yeah?
Yeah, the paladin raises a hand, and you can see the barbarian's muscles all like seize up, and his eyes go wide.
Let's go.
What race? What race is half
She's
elf?
human. She's human.
You're human, and there's a
Yeah.
half elf and a Goliath. I know which one I'm shooting at.
Okay.
I'm shooting at. I'm.
Favorite target.
So it looks like we're in initiative now. This was a surprise round, basically, as Palmyra casts Hold Person onto Tina. Now we are starting at the top of the initiative order. Raybar, you're up first.
I'm pulling out the short bow, aiming it at Palmyra, and I'm saying, I think you need to chill out and release him, or I'm shooting.
All right.
And so if Palmyra does anything other,
aiming,
if Palmyra does anything other than not release the barbarian and makes any sort of aggressive moves, I'm firing 2 arrows.
All right. Terran, you're up next.
I think I'm gonna pick up Evalina and the stone in her hand and start walking out.
Okay, what is your strength?
It's just 10.
Yeah, that's good enough. She's not very heavy. You can. I mean, you'll be slow, but you're sort of slowly starting to make your way, leaving the other 3 behind. Tina, your turn.
All right, and it's
I'll
at the
call
end of the
back
turn.
Regardless of what we do in here, she doesn't need to stay.
Yeah, says Terran as you just walks past, carrying Evalina out.
If you
Alright,
don't
so-
kill each other, I'll come back.
It's
Okay,
at the end of my
so
turn.
Tina,
correct?
yes. At the end of your turn is the saving throw again, yes.
18.
That is a success.
Tina,
At the end of your turn, and you shake off the Hold Person spell. And Palmyra, you're up next. You feel the spell control breaking.
I move. I walk to the edge of the cave. I move my movement. Am I out of the cave?
You're following. No, you need like 2 to 3 turns to get out. So you're following Terran.
I move 30 feet away. Okay, so I'm. What are we? 90 feet away from the entrance.
Yeah, about that much.
Okay, so then I cast.
holy shit.
I cast Spiritual Weapon.
Okay.
I take my shots.
Yep. 2 shots, 2 arrows flying at Palmyra. Go ahead.
Has it been an hour since we were with the basilisk?
Yes, it has been about 2 hours.
Okay. So Armor of Agathis is down.
Yes. That is
That's a 14.
Yep.
And then a shot.
12.
12. Holy
Arrows
shit.
fly
Holy
past Palmyra.
shit.
And you cast Spiritual Weapon. What kind of weapon do you wish to summon?
Great sword, just like mine.
Great. All right, excellent. a great
Yeah,
sword,
too.
surrounded by this reddish light, appears next to the paladin in the air. That is a bonus action, in fact.
Yeah, so I still have my action. I mean, this dude's just shot me, right?
You can attack. So where do you want to create the spiritual weapon?
So the barbarian and
Ranger.
Raybar and the ranger are here, right? And I'm there
Well,
with the other one.
next to each other. You're very close to the barbarian, actually, because not anymore. You moved away.
Yeah.
So from where you're standing, you're sort of facing the exit. The ranger is maybe about 20 feet to your right. The barbarian is about maybe 25 feet behind you.
Would I have had
And
an opportunity attack after he tried to move away? Once I was unfrozen?
It's the end of your
you
turn.
didn't really have a weapon out as you were grappling him before. So, I mean, you could have swung with a fist, but yeah, technically you would have had, but it doesn't, I mean, it's like one damage.
Doesn't he do it at the end of his turn so he doesn't have a reaction?
A reaction I
yeah,
can
but
use
your
on
turn-
any turn.
Yeah, it was his turn finished, and then your turn. So you moved away. But technically, he can give you a punch, sure, if you want to.
That's just
Yeah.
one damage, right?
Well, plus his strength modifier.
Am I able to like trip or grapple as a reaction?
No, you need a feat for that, I believe.
Doesn't he need to have a feat to do the strength modifier bonus? Otherwise, it's just straight up one damage.
No, it's always strength modifier bonus. I think the feat gives him like 1d4 or something, or 1d3 or something like that.
All right, so yeah, I would have tried to punch him as he was going.
Go for
it. Should hit. It would be a like 22, I think.
Yeah. That hits. So what's your strength?
It's a +3, so 4 damage.
He basically punches you in the back as you walk past, which gives you 4 damage.
Okay.
Anyway, but it's still your turn, Palmyra. So you summon where do you want to summon your spiritual weapon?
Between me and the other two.
Okay.
And if he's
summon it close to a creature, if you summon it within 5 feet of a creature, you can do an attack immediately after summoning it.
Okay. Then I will.
Sorry, with that, would I have been able to rage? It's a free action. Would I have been able to rage when I was trying to attack him?
No, you can't rage outside of your turn.
Oh, okay.
No, raging is a bonus action, actually, not a free action.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
So I cast spiritual weapon. Can I use my channel divinity through and like divine smite and?
No, you cannot combine spells, stack them up. Smite only
Oh,
works.
and a thunderstorm just started here. Good. Good ambiance.
What about?
So do you want to attack someone with your spiritual weapon when you summon it?
Yes.
Who?
The barbarian.
All right. So the sort of reddish, glimmering light great sword appears right in front of Tina and slashes down upon him. Roll me an attack with your spellcasting ability modifier.
Spellcasting ability is charisma, so that would be what, d20 plus 3.
Plus your proficiency bonus.
Okay.
So plus.
Which is proficiency bonus is 3, so that's plus 6.
Yeah, it would be plus 6 in total.
Slash r space 1d20 plus 6.
Nope, that is a miss.
Okay.
As the great sword appears, Tina takes a step to the side and it slashes through the air next to her. That was your bonus action and your movement. You still have your action.
I dash out the door. Do another 30 feet.
Okay. You start running past Terran and the unconscious Evalina.
Yeah. So I'm 60 feet away.
Yep. That brings us back to Raybar.
I would just like to point out that the deal we made with this being is kind of null and void now because he hasn't put her back in the soul stone, or he hasn't taken her out of the soul stone.
No, because 3 people need to leave the cave, and then he'll do it.
Oh, but she has to. I presume she has to be kind of
You have no
nearby.
time to discuss. What are you doing?
Okay. I turn to Tina. I'm saying, "Fuck this paladin." I
So
cast.
much better with the accent.
Fucking right. I cast Hunter's Mark, and I'm taking my 2 shots.
All right. At Palmyra, I'm guessing, yeah?
Yeah.
Question: I have 2 attacks. Does that transfer to my spiritual weapon?
No. The spiritual weapon is an extra thing. It's a spell.
That's a 24, and it's a D6 with the.
Yep.
I'll roll
So
that after.
hits.
So that's 10.
And you can also use Colossus Slayer because the paladin is hurt.
Do you get to
Okay.
add your Do you get to add your dex to your damage?
Yes.
Whew.
Range attacks.
So that's 20 so far.
Oh.
Plus 5, 25, plus 2 Hunter's Mark, which is. Sorry, Hunter's Mark is
2d6.
2d6, yeah.
It's a d6.
Yeah. Roll 2d6.
Yep, that's rangers with a magical bow. They deal a shit ton of damage. You just took 31 points of damage, Palmyra, as 2 arrows smash through your armor and enter your back.
Okay. Good job.
That
I have healing
damn near
spells.
fucking killed me.
Give me Constitution saving throws, please.
I do what?
As I believe spiritual weapon is no, it's not concentration actually.
No.
Is it? No, it's not concentration. Okay, cool. Then no, forget that. You know some Constitution saving.
I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. Do you want to move before you leave, Colin? Okay, he's gone. Anyway, Terran.
No, I'll move to be within kind of range of the paladin, but
Yeah, you can follow. Your movement is 35 feet, so you'll be 35 feet behind the paladin.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool. Terran, you're up next. So you see arrows flying past you, striking into Palmyra, who just walked past you or ran past you. You hear the barbarian growling something full of anger. Yeah. What do you want to do? So far, you've been ignored by everyone from the looks of it.
Yeah, shit's gotten kind of intense.
Give me them heals, yo.
Give you them heals, yo.
What do you want to do?
Let me check something. Would it be better to do that, or would it be better to do this?
Dunno.
Power word kill.
I'm not that high level. That'd be fun, though, wouldn't it?
Firestorm.
True polymorph into an adult dragon.
Nah, you can only true polymorph into things that are challenge rating of your level, so he could only polymorph into like challenge rating 5 or lower, even if he had the spell.
No.
But there's still cool stuff at challenge rating 5.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Mr. Bard, you're carrying, remember, so you don't have a hand free. So you have to basically drop Evalina, or at least let her down, if you want to do any like magic stuff that has verbal, somatic, or whatever they're called, the gesture component things.
All of my stuff have it.
So,
but you can move, drop
all
her,
my
and
stuff
then...
too.
Yeah, you can move.
Oh wait, no, this one doesn't. This one's only vocal.
So what do you want?
Because I don't use components. I'm going to use suggestion.
Okay. Who are you targeting with the suggestion spell?
Let me make sure I understand the things here. I'll target the ranger, and the suggestion will be, I really don't think shooting at the paladin will be your best course of option here.
Okay.
Maybe something else.
Okay. That's fair. I believe he would have advantage on that saving throw. Let's see.
What's the saving throw?
Probably does.
You are being suggested by the ranger, by the bard, to stop shooting the paladin.
What's the saving throw on?
It's a wisdom saving throw. You have an advantage, I believe, because you're a gnome.
I do. Wisdom?
Yes.
Ah, he got it.
17. That is good enough.
Fuck you!
The bard sort of shouts back to you that it's a bad idea to shoot at the paladin, but you just shake your head. The silver tongue of the half elf does not stir your heart.
Damn.
That's okay.
Okay, that was your action.
That was my action.
What else do you want to do?
Nothing yet. I'm saving my reaction for something.
So you're not moving?
Well, I'm moving out.
Okay, so you move another thing.
I don't need to.
You're now in the
movement.
So basically, both Terran and Palmyra are now in the corridor towards the exit. So Palmyra, you're up front. Terran is right behind you, basically, with carrying Evalina in his hands. And you're in this narrow corridor that leads outside. The other two are still in the cave behind you, the large opening. All right, Tina, you're up next.
How far is the paladin from me, roughly?
50 feet.
Sorry, what was that, 50?
60 feet.
Oh, sorry, okay. I yell out, fuck this paladin. I pick up my greatsword, and I charge 80 feet. Right to her.
What? How do you...
Fuck yeah, Tina!
Because I have 40 feet movement, because I have fast movement as a barbarian at this level.
That's right. So the problem is you can't really get to Palmyra at the moment because Terran is in the way. As I said, they're all both in the sort of exit where it's just that narrow corridor leading out into the sunlight. So you could definitely get to Terran, but you couldn't get to Palmyra. She would be about 7-8 feet ahead of you, basically. You could try to run past the bard and his unconscious, or like through, I should say, the bard and his unconscious friend.
But he wouldn't have any actions because he's
and just
dashed.
push them over. That is true. He could just walk up to you and stand behind you, basically, after trampling the bard.
Yeah, I'm just going to try to move and get right behind the paladin.
Okay, so you're just bashing the bard aside.
Yeah, as gently as I can, but yeah, I'm just charging right through.
Give me an athletics check. Are you raging?
Yeah, yes, I would be.
Okay.
So
you have advantage on athletics.
First one is a 25.
Okay. Terran, roll me an athletics check. I don't think you can beat that.
Nat 20.
I could technically, if I used cutting words.
Oh, that's... I don't think that works on an athletics check. That's only an attack.
Makes an attack roll, an ability check, or a damage roll.
Oh, okay. It does work. Okay. Sorry, my bad then. I thought it was only attacks. Well, if you want to use it, go for it.
Yeah, I'll use it.
Okay. So you use cutting words, it's a D8.
So a D8 off of his score thing.
Yeah. So that here 25, I believe.
Yeah, 25.
Okay, so 20 brings it down to 21.
I still need a nat 20. It's worth a shot.
Yep, I thought it might happen.
Nope.
No, you're basically pushed into the wall of the cave, stumbling to the side, barely avoiding falling prone, somehow managing to hold onto Evalina. And the barbarian leaps past you and is now sort of straight behind Palmyra.
If he's dead, I doubt believing a person deal's gonna work.
So I heard you say something to me, like I would turn around as you're saying it, like I'm gonna fucking cut you down next if you try that shit again.
Just a question: is making a skill check, is that an action?
Depends. Sometimes it can be. Sometimes it's not.
Okay. It's only because it's just because he doesn't have any actions. But...
Yeah, he can't attack.
Fine.
That was Tina's turn. Palmyra, you're up next.
Double dash.
That would provoke an
no,
opportunity.
No, hang on.
From the Goliath behind you.
I thought you said he'd be 7 feet away from me.
No, that was if he did not run through the bard, which he just did. Now he's right behind you, like touching you, basically.
Okay. Just having a look at my spells. Bonus action. Shield of Faith.
Yes.
+2 AC.
Okay.
So my AC is up to 19.
Okay.
Then action disengage.
Okay.
And then 30 feet movement.
Okay, you leap out into the sunlight, stumbling out of the cave.
No, hang on. No. I'm going to... It's the gnome that has advantage on wisdom saving throw, so I'm going to hold person.
Whole person who?
The barbarian.
So you're not moving then?
So I'm not using my action to disengage, I'm using my action to cast hold person.
Okay. So you turn to the barbarian who's right behind you and shoot the whole person spell into his face.
That creates an opportunity attack, right? Casting a spell in melee?
No.
Oh, it doesn't? Okay.
No, that is in 5th edition does not.
Alright, so wisdom save?
Yes. Be aware that you
11.
have cast. That is a fail. Be aware that you have cast, I think, 4 spells so far, Mr. Paladin.
Yes.
Or Mrs. Paladin, I should say. Just so you are.
I have 6.
Keep
I have
track.
6.
Yeah. Okay, just saying. You have 6 spell slots?
Yes.
No? Okay, cool. The barbarian is frozen once more.
Then I use my movement to run away.
Okay, you walk out of the cave, leaving the statue with a greatsword basically behind you, like raging.
And I want to move round the corner so I'm not in line of sight of the ranger.
Okay, that works. Rebar, what do you wish to do? Stuff is getting weird.
I'm pretty annoyed. Maybe I'm confused because I played a rogue last, so I could dash as a bonus action, but that's not the case. No, okay.
Yeah, a ranger can't do that now.
I'm going to move my 25 feet.
Okay.
Up the hall.
Yeah.
How far away am I from the exit?
About 35 feet.
I thought it was 90 feet originally.
He already moved.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, so... Okay.
You can't see the paladin. She has run out and turned the corner, basically.
I kind of know where she is with...
Yeah, you know where she is, but like she would be just a few feet to your, like outside to the left.
Was she looking rough?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, I'm just going to keep
Well,
running.
2 of your arrows sticking out of her back.
I'm going to run 25 more feet. That's my...
Okay, give me an acrobatics check as you want to push past 2 people and the corridor is fairly narrow. Although you are a gnome, you don't have that ability, do you? That you can pass through people?
I think I do. I forget now, but I think I do. If you're smaller, you can just move through.
No, one of the gnome races has that, but I'm not sure which one. Might just be one. No, I'm sorry. No, that's a halfling. I think that has that.
Oh fuck! I'm confused.
I think that's a halfling. I think.
And we're way smaller than halflings.
Yeah, halfling nimbleness. You can move through the spaces of any creature that's a size larger than yours.
Only an acrobatics check.
Okay,
Past the frozen statue barbarian.
Not 20.
23. Wow. Yeah, you get past there like a missile, not even slowing down. You're
Like
only
a
about
halfling.
Yeah, like a halfling, exactly. You're only about 10 feet away from the exit now. And yeah, that's pretty much all you can do, except if you have a bonus action, do something with that. But
Don't think I do. Is minor illusion a bonus action?
no, that's an act.
Okay,
Yeah, that's an act.
right.
Okay, Terran,
None.
you're now behind a Goliath who's frozen in place.
Automatic criticals.
What do you wish to do?
Let's see. What does all of that do?
Where's the soul gem at the moment, by the way?
Well, he tried to put it in her hand.
Oh, so it's still like the half unconscious. Well, the unconscious one is still sort of clutching it, I suppose. Okay.
I think. Yeah.
All right.
All right, I'm going to. Would I be able to just kind of slip by?
You'd have to give me an acrobatics check, especially because you're carrying Evalina.
That's fine. Acrobatics. God damn it.
Can't get past. There's not enough space. The Goliath is frozen in place.
So any creature that's paralyzed automatically fails strength saving throws. So if you're trying to push past,
It is not a strength saving throw. It is
okay.
not a saving throw. And it's also
Okay. I was just looking at the paralyzed condition.
Yeah, but he still has weight. He doesn't have to be strong to just stand there. He's a what, 400 pounds or something Goliath?
Yeah, something stupid big.
Well, I was threatened. I set down Evalina and I cast Phantasmal Force on the Goliath. In front of the Goliath, he will not see a hall out, but a wall of screaming faces that he knows if he touches, it's just not going to go well.
Okay. That's a wisdom saving throw.
Intelligence investigation, actually.
Oh, sorry, intelligence. That's right. The illusion. Yeah, that's right. That's intelligence.
All right, so intelligence.
Yes.
13.
Not high enough.
That is, yeah, not successful, I'm afraid. So now you, is that in your turn?
That will end my turn, yeah.
I mean, does he take damage in his turn or in your turn? Let's see. That's force. Saving throw.
It's less about the damage and more about the fact that if he thinks it's a wall of screaming faces and that he can't pass through a wall of screaming faces, he can't.
That is correct. So now, Tina, you see the wall wobbling, and where the opening was, there's just this mud forming this massive group of faces. Goliath, human, gnome, elf, and just shouting curses at you, like snapping at you with their teeth. And you realize this is some sort of terrible curse. If you touch that, you're going to be severely hurt or die even.
Sounds good.
Cool. So now that this is happening, Terran, you look down upon Evalina, and you see that her eyes are open, looking at you. And she wiggles out of your grasp, looks at you, puts her head sideways, and you can see...
I'll start shuffling through my bag and pull out her spell book.
You can see a third, like a red glow, like a third eye opening in the center of her.
That's not what I wanted to see.
And she grins, and you can hear the voice going once more, saying, "Well, it looks like you have done half the business for Ejesh already. Fun." And then you hear this screeching sound that goes for Vraybar, Terran, and Tina. All three of you hear this terrible screeching sound that goes through your head, and it feels like your brain is being torn apart from the inside. All three of you,
to kill her.
Give me an intelligence saving throw. Well, you should have.
Yeah. I remember someone tackling me.
Nope, I fail.
That one
1
down.
second.
Well, you
I
should
need
try to
take
kill
something.
innocents.
Hey, true neutral, man. Or lawful.
True neutral doesn't mean
That
evil.
doesn't
There's a difference.
That's like evil, straight up. Nothing to do with neutral, like at all. Anyway,
There was a deal and I balanced it, and I took the better option that benefited me.
No, that was pretty evil.
that is still evil.
All right. I don't think I get anything for that. What kind of throw is it?
Anyway, so intelligence saving throw, guys. We have
Son of a bitch.
1 fail, 2 fail, and Mr. Vrebar. 3 fail. Okay, you guys take 21 points of psychic damage,
Ooh, fun.
and you are stunned. As you feel this horrible pain in your head, you're just like, ah! This shockwave coming from behind you. All right, that was Ezra's turn. Tina, you are now fucked 3 times. You're held. You're stunned. And there's an illusion in front of you. That illusion deals 1d6 damage to you. 1 point of psychic damage as the faces grab at you. You have to resist 2 things. So an intelligence saving throw and a wisdom saving throw. What do you want to
All
go
right,
for?
so first, I think at the end I have to try to break the hold person, correct?
Yeah, they're both the same thing. So you're stunned and
Okay.
you're held. So you have to break through both of them, basically, at the end of your turn.
All right. I'll do the intelligence check first since I'm staring right at it.
Yeah.
Nope, I fail.
Okay, you're still
And
stunned?
for the hold person, 17.
That is a success. At least the whole person is gone.
Dropped. Hunter's mark is dropped on the plan.
Oh, yeah, that is correct. Thank you for noticing that. Palmyra, you don't know what's going on inside, but you see Raybar, the halfling, sort of stumbling out. Looks like he was hit by something. He looks hurt.
I have how many?
I believe you have 2 spell slots.
I have like 2 spells left.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, 2 spell slots. Cast 4 spells so far.
Does that include channel divinity and those sorts of?
No, that is Smite is a spell slot. Channel Divinity is not.
Sorry, I don't think I'm outside yet because
No, you're not outside yet. You're at sort of about 10 feet away from the entrance, but he can see you looking inside. You're close enough that he can see you.
Fair enough.
What about lay on hands?
Lay on Hands is not a spell. That
Great.
is an action, however.
Action. Hang on, let me have a look. Oh, Cure Wounds is in action as well. Okay, action. I'm gonna lay on hands for 25.
Okay. Get 25 health back.
So, what, 32?
I think you had 32 damage, yeah. So you must be at -7 at the moment.
I'm at 7, yeah. So they'll go up to 32 with 25.
Oh, you're on 7 health, you mean?
I was on 7
32.
health.
Yeah, okay. Then you're on 32, yeah.
When he
Yeah,
did the psychic
that was-
damage, could I have rolled my stone skin? I was trying to check if it blocks psychic damage or not.
I suppose you could, yeah.
Okay, so sorry, I'll just retroactively write that. So it's a D12 plus my con. So 9 damage.
Yeah. Okay, so you take 9 damage less from the psychic damage. So you have a bonus action and a movement left.
I have no idea what's going on inside the cave.
No,
What have I heard anything, seen anything?
you have not heard the psychic blast or the voice. It was not directed towards you.
Man. Okay, I'm just gonna play my character. No, I'm not. Yes, I am, but I'm not going to attack. I'm going to say, look, we're outside. I'm going to say to the gnome.
No. Yeah.
I'm going to say, look, we're outside. Let's just see what happens with the deal. Let's not hurt each other. It's counterproductive.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm gonna move up to within melee range of him. I'm just gonna stand next to him. But I'm not gonna do anything.
So you're going back into the cave.
Oh no, I'm staying out. Sorry, I forgot he wasn't outside. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay where I am.
Okay. Okay, Raybar, you're up next.
Oh, sorry, bonus action. I'm gonna move my spiritual weapon.
How far can you move that? Let's see. Actually, let me see. 2 feet. Sure.
Bonus action. I can move. I can move it.
You can move it, yeah. Technically, you could even attack with it, but I'll say because you don't see where the weapon is at the moment, you can't do any attacks with it.
Sure.
Because you can only attack creatures that you can see with a spiritual weapon.
Okay.
Right? So you're just moving it basically towards you, trying to get it out of the cave.
Okay.
All right. Raybar, what do you wish to do? You see the paladins.
I'm stunned.
You are stunned. That is correct. You can't do anything.
I should be less honest.
Roll me a intelligence save.
Nope.
Nope. You are still stunned. Well, so much for your turn. Terran, you are also stunned. At the end of your turn.
I can't say anything or do anything.
No. When you're stunned, you can't do anything at all.
Okay.
So intelligence saving throw again. All righty, come on, die.
18. That is a success. You're no longer stunned. However, that was at the end of your turn, so you can maybe speak a few quick words, but that's all you can do.
Oh, you were negging on your deal here. Sorry, Jizzbag. I really can't remember your actual name. I'm bad with names.
You can see Evalina's face grow angry, and the voice says, "Deal with creatures like you. There is no deal with ants." And then Evalina will attack you. And you see, as she reaches forward, her whole body starts turning black. Her eyes glow red, and that third eye, horrible third eye, glows red as well. And you see her hair starts growing, and it's like these tendrils of darkness that are extending from her head. And those tendrils are going to start wrapping around your face. Yep, the tendrils wrap around your face, and
what
when
was
they
the
touch
total
you,
roll? Because I can use code words.
24.
Never mind then. I can't get it low enough to miss me.
As these tendrils of blackness that kind of look like hair touch your face, you feel them entering your mind. It's like they're going through your head and messing your brain. And the headache is unbelievable. You take another 12 points of psychic damage.
I'm down.
The pain is too much. It tears through your brain and you smack into the mud. And you hear the laughter as in your head. Tina.
Does the illusion drop?
Yes, the illusion
Yes.
drops. That is correct. So Tina does no longer take psychic damage from the illusion, at least. However, she is still stunned.
Okay, so... Oh, wait. I broke the stun, but the phantasmal force is what was affecting me.
You broke the whole person. You did not break the stun.
Oh, there's another stun on top?
Yes. The paladin held you, and then Ejesh hit you with a stun as well.
Oh, okay, sorry. So I had like 3 things going on, actually.
Yes. That's why I said you were twice fucked. It was pretty intense.
All right, so that's the end of my turn. I'm assuming I gotta try to break that.
Yeah, well, you don't have to, but I'd suggest you do.
All right, what do I need to roll for that one?
Intelligence saving throw.
Intel. All right. That is a no.
Okay. Palmyra, you see the gnome. You're not sure what's going on, but he can't move. He's just like stumbling around. He didn't even manage to reply that you were talking to him. You hear a scream of pain coming from inside the cave.
I've still got 2 spell slots, right?
You do, yes.
Bonus action, move spiritual weapon.
Yep.
Is it back with me?
Let's see how far it can move.
I think it can move 20 feet.
20 feet, no. So it will take another 2 turns to get to you.
Okay.
Is it near the baddie yet?
It would be, yes.
So I move. How far is it to get in line of sight of the tunnel?
10 feet, 5 feet, not much.
I move that much.
Okay, so you see Raybar, the gnome in front of you, just like holding his head and struggling to resist something. You see behind him, Tina, also in this sort of same, like leaning against the sidewalk, holding his head. And then behind it, you see a body lying on the ground and another body standing on top of it. You're not quite sure who that is because you can't see in the dark. Oh, actually, no, sorry, scratch that. Tina is still carrying a torch. So you would see the form of Terran, the half-elf, lying on the ground in the mud. And you see something shadowy with tendrils of like black darkness swashing around into the air with 3 glowing red eyes standing above him.
Okay. Lesser restoration on the gnome.
I don't think Lesser Restoration removes stun.
It removes paralyzed.
Yeah, that is not paralyzed, it is stunned. Stun is stronger
Okay.
than paralyzed.
Then I do not do that. I cast Cure Wounds on myself
Okay.
as an action.
1d8 plus your charisma modifier, so 1d8 plus 3, I believe.
Yeah.
Nine points.
So 41.
And that's pretty much your turn, I believe.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, no, sorry, I'm going to use the rest of my movement to move back out the line of sight.
Okay, so look in and retreat back. Yep, you can do that. Raybar.
Intelligence.
Your turn.
Isn't
Yeah, you are still stunned. Yes, correct. Finally, no longer stunned. You can shout a quick sentence or something if you want at the end of your turn.
I shout, "Sorry, you were right. We should have killed her."
Okay. Terran, death saving throw.
Is that for at 0 or below 0?
It is for. There's no below 0 in 5th
Okay.
edition.
Good to know.
You stop at 0.
That's Constitution?
Isn't it?
I know,
Or
it's
is it
just
It's just straight D20. You want above 10.
yeah, 10 or no, 10 or higher.
God damn it.
One fail. Ejesh, well, Evalina steps over the unconscious form of Terran and will attack Tina, who is still stunned. Right? Yeah, you failed.
Yes.
Okay, which means she hits you automatically, and you take double damage. So it's because it's a crit.
Do they auto hit or do they just have advantage?
It's stunned. Let me check one more time, but I'm pretty sure it's so. Incapacity, yes. Automatic no, actually, you're right. It's only advantage. Huh, that's weird.
Advantage, but automatic crits.
I believe so, yeah. However, it might... Yeah, it actually does miss. It does not manage to... The tendrils of shadow shoot for your head, but somehow with a very small movement, like more instinctively than anything, you manage to dodge out of the way as they and are pulled back into the figure standing behind you.
No idea how that happened, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I don't know either. I rolled a 2 and a 3. That's how it happened. And you can do a test to resist the stun.
All right, intelligence check. Nope. 4.
Yeah, that's pretty hard as Goliath. Barbarian. Palmyra, you're up next already.
Are other people able to reply on my turn? If I say like 5 words, are they able to say like 5 words back?
A couple words, sure.
You're only getting a groan from me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you heard. Yeah. Not in any...
I'm gonna say to the halfling, is it worth staying here?
I don't know. I'm going to take a shot and find out.
Okay. I cast, using my last spell, I cast Find Steed. I get a horse and I ride away.
I'm pretty sure that's a minute casting time. Or something like that.
Oh shit! Yeah. Bollocks.
So that's 10 turns. I mean, you could do that.
Okay.
I tried to keep them from hurting you if you have any shred of kindness in that,
I know.
that mean paladin body.
I mean, I should technically have the alignment of evil being Oath of Conquest, but we went neutral instead.
Well, the way you've been playing her is really more evil anyway.
Well,
so we'll just assume that you're
yes, there's no getting around that.
Anyway, so come on, what do you want to do?
Okay, let me just find out what this spell aid.
Aid gives people 1d4 on saving throws and shit. That's actually not a bad choice at the moment.
Okay. I cast three up to 3 creatures within range.
Yes.
So myself and the 2 people that are still standing.
Okay. So you guys have now a 1d4 that you can add on attack rolls and saving throws.
And then I...
Gonna need it.
Yeah, you don't get it, sadly.
That's an action. Oh, can he add it to his death saving throws?
He could, yeah.
Okay, then I give it to him.
So instead of?
Instead of me.
Okay.
Does he have to see the target?
That's so good of you.
Yeah, usual.
He's already seen the.
Yeah, he can like glance in and he can see the unconscious body of the.
Okay, and then can I hit him with my spirit weapon yet? Spiritual weapon.
You cannot yet. It is close enough. You can slash at the whatever it is, Evalina / Ejish.
Then I will do that. Let me just change that to the attack roll.
Go for it. 16 does hit, yeah.
Okay.
Your blade of your Sith blade of red light slashes into the dark creature.
That's that's
11.
full damage I can do with that.
Okay. You should have run while you had the chance.
I know, but otherwise everyone will hate me, I say to myself. Yeah.
All right.
If they get out of here alive, they'll hunt me down.
Raybar is pretty pissed. Hunter's mark on the whatchamacallit, baddie.
You
That's
still
my
have
last.
spells left, right?
That's my last first
I'm the
level
color.
spell slot. I still have a second level spell slot left.
Okay.
And I am going to unleash
2
on
arrows.
this fool.
11 will not trade.
I get a 1d4, isn't it?
Yes, you do. Nope.
14,
Nope.
23,
23
9.
plus Colossus Slayer plus Hunter's Mark. Slayers actually deal a lot of damage. That's 8 points. Is that correct?
Yeah.
The arrow finds its mark, and you can see the 3 red eyes flickering. Terran, death saving throw.
Sorry, I move away.
Okay, you move backwards out of the cave.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could I add my D4 to that force damage in the future? From
No.
oh, I didn't take it. I gave it to someone else.
Yeah, it's only attack rolls and saving throws, not damage. Okay. Terran, death saving throw, please. 8 plus D4. Ooh,
Thank you.
There's 1 success, 1 fail.
You're welcome.
Ejesh will now, ignoring the still stunned Goliath, move past. Yep, it will make it past. Pushes through the thin form of Evalina, wrapped in shadow, and you can see the shadow like breaking open and revealing her like white, like pale flesh underneath, and then covering it. It's like waves going over her, and these like weird tentacle hair shooting around, and the 3 eyes just blazing in the darkness. And it steps up closer to the entrance, and it will focus on you, Palmyra.
I'm out of the way again, so I'm not the
How
closest.
can you attack it or magical blade if you don't see it?
So 5 feet of movement to be able to see,
Okay.
and then the rest of my
Okay, fair
movement to be
enough.
able to move back.
I've moved out of
fair
the way
enough.
as well, as much as possible.
That
Just so we're clear.
in that case, it will use its mind blast and it shoots the psychic waves straight through the entrance and through the rocks and strikes both of you that are standing outside. That is another intelligence saving throw for both of you, please. And you both fail.
It's 16 from me?
Oh, 16?
Yeah.
Oh, you have an advantage. That is
Yeah.
correct. You succeed. So that is 10 points of psychic damage
To me?
for Raybar, yes.
Oh.
And 20 points to Palmyra, who is also stunned.
That
Ejesh
psychic
moves
blast is
closer.
mean.
Ejesh moves closer, but he does not step out of the cave. The shadowy figure stands just beyond the entrance now. That was Ejesh's turn. Tina, you are ignored for now.
When
Stunned.
he got hit, what he has control of me, is that like a concentration at all?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm just checking. All right, so intelligence roll.
Yes. Plus 1d4.
I got a 19 on it, so I'm pretty sure that's good.
Excellent. You break the stun, finally. Just as it slipped past you, the creature slipped past you and is turning its back towards you. All right. That was your turn. Palmyra, you are also stunned. At the end of your turn, give me a intelligence saving throw.
I have no I have no spell slots. Come on.
7. Nope, you're
Oh,
still stunned.
wow.
Raybar, your turn.
Nothing for it. Just I should do a constitution, wasn't it?
Yes, on Hunter's
Check.
Mark. It's
10.
DC 10. Yep, just enough. Just enough.
Nice.
Oh, can I add my D4 to that? Oh, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't give it to myself. Bollocks. Wishful thinking.
Oh, I could have added my D4 to that as well, couldn't I?
Yeah, but you just saved anyway.
Okay, I didn't need to. Yeah, okay, perfect. I'm gonna move. How far do I have to move to get into range of into sight?
Yep. It is now only 10 feet away from you, the creature, standing in the cave entrance.
Can I see it?
Yeah, well, you step to the side, you look into the cave, and it's 10 feet away from you. So yeah, you can definitely see it.
Is Tina looking rough, or where your hands at?
I have some bruises and cuts, but I'm not like
it's psychic
hurting that
damage,
bad.
so you can't really see the effects, I'm afraid.
No, like blood coming out of his nose or anything.
No, I suppose maybe that's something like that. Sure, yeah.
A little bit, but I don't look like I'm about to collapse.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot and shoot.
Second one misses. Well, the first one hits.
Oh, sorry, I don't know how that happened, but okay, so 6 anyway, and I'll roll again for 1d4.
And you?
1d4 isn't concentration, is it? On Palmyra?
No. Actually, that's a good question. It's aid, right?
It is.
No, it's aid. Aid is not concentration. No.
Aid isn't
Oh, aid. Wait, aid is a different spell.
points. Bless gives you the d4.
Oh, so sorry. What did you spell? Did you cast aid or
Bless.
I think so too. Yeah.
Peter?
Bless is a concentration.
Yes. So
Yeah,
you'd have to.
Bless is concentration.
So you'd have to give a Constitution saving throw, Palmyra. No, Bless is gone.
Okay, so I don't have that. So but I do deal 6 damage.
You still deal
I
6 plus
deal-
1 plus 1d6. That's 12.
So 12. Roll 1d6. 6.
Shit, that's 18
And
points.
so 6.
Okay.
And I'm gonna run away. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna run away. Like as far as my 25 feet move.
Yep. You will die. You think destroying this body will stop me? Okay.
Hello.
Taryn, that would be a death save throw.
Fuck me.
Oh,
That is a fail. 3 fails, 1 success so far. Ajish takes 2 more steps, entering the cave mouth, and you can see as the sunlight hits the shadow form, it bursts apart in some places, and it rears back and takes another step back. The tentacles, sort of hair things, just smacking around, and it turns towards Tina. Sees him still standing there. I suppose you will be good enough. And moves towards you. Starts stretching the black tendrils of shadow towards you, but can't quite attack you yet. Doesn't have enough movement to get to you. And it is your turn.
All right, so the one that's passed out up on the ground, do I see it like breathing a little bit or anything? Or gasping?
Aaron, yeah, he's still breathing. He's like,
I'm nearly gone though.
yeah, he's very close.
I look down on you. I warned you as I shove my sword straight into his chest.
whoa! Come on.
Holy crap!
Now who's evil?
Okay. The bard just died as the barbarian stabs through his chest.
and then I turn to the creature thing and I move right towards it.
You
My
have
sword in hand.
a second attack.
Yep, and I walk up and I try to slash at it, raging, reckless attack.
Right.
So that'll be first attack, no, it will miss. Does a 20 hit?
20 hits, yeah.
You only have one attack, right?
I have 2 attacks.
But you used one to attack the...
I have advantage, that's why.
Oh.
Reckless attacks.
For 14 damage.
14.
Yep.
Okay.
Hang on. Sorry. You're holding a torch in one hand, right?
I would have dropped it.
Yeah, you
course,
dropped
like,
it somewhere. Okay, the as you cut into the flesh of Evalina, there's a lot of blood, and she stumbles. The creature stumbles, catches itself on a wall, but looks severely injured now. In front of you, Palmyra, your turn. You are still stunned, I believe.
Yeah.
So let's resist.
Oh my
No,
God.
you cannot. Vraybar.
I look around and I will just go ham once again. 11 misses. God damn it. 28 hits. 8 plus that plus 1d is
One
18
arrow.
points of damage.
It flies past both Goliath and Shadow Thing, smacks into the muddy wall. The second arrow comes flying and strikes true. How do you want to finish this?
Straight through the back of the head, out the...
You see, Tina,
The new
you
one.
see where this red eye, the third eye on the forehead is, an arrow tip just appearing out. And the thing, Ejesh, falls back down and the shadows just burst apart. And you see the dead body of a young woman. Blonde, short hair, pale. And a third steel eye now in the middle of the forehead, just smacking onto the ground in front of you, lying on her back. Her lifeless eyes staring up.
Am I still
And the
paralyzed?
golden little gem that it was holding in its hand all the time, the whole time, just hits the ground and still rests in the mud. You are still paralyzed.
I'm still stunned.
Yes, you're still. It's not concentration. Does not affect. It's not affected by the creature's
Oh, that's
mind.
investigation. Sorry, but it's a crit roll anyway.
That was Vraybar's turn. We're not out of initiative yet.
Sorry, with the rest of my movement, I'm gonna go into the forest.
Okay, so you just okay.
Yeah,
Move away.
yeah.
Okay,
Pretty
Terran
much.
is dead. Ejesh, how many hit points do you have left, Tina?
I have 35
Out of
45. 35 out of 45.
35 out of? So you have more than half.
Yes.
Okay. Shadows shoot out of the air, out of the ground, out of the walls, and you see tendrils, like tentacles, a glimpse of something black, like some sort of kraken thing made of shadow, slowly drifting out of the wall and going for your brain, Tina. However, the creature has disadvantage because you're above 50% health. And it fails. You feel its tendrils entering your mind, but you steel your will. You do not want to become a puppet of whatever this thing is. And you force it out with the sheer power of your will. And the black thing retreats back out and is now hovering in the air in front of you. That was its turn. Tina, your turn.
All right, so it's like a shadowy figure in front of me, or
Basically, imagine the shadow of some sort of octopus that's sort of dancing in the air in front of you. Something with many, many tentacle arms, but made of shadow.
I am going to just try to run right past it and get out of this cave.
Okay.
How far into the cave am I?
I'd say you can run out. Yeah, easily. You're like 40 feet. You have 40 feet movement, right? Yeah. That's,
Yeah.
I think you were like 30 feet away from the entrance, so you can run out with a basic movement.
All right, and if I get out and I see our paladin friend, I'm going right to where he is.
Okay. He is still stunned. You see her, the paladin, standing there like. You know that she's stunned because you felt the same thing not that long ago.
And yeah, just make my way up. How far out was the paladin from the entrance of the cave?
Not far. She was standing very close to the entrance.
Would I have been able to attack as I made my way out?
I'm 25 feet away from the edge of the...
No, you're not. You were moving in, shooting, moving back out, so you can be maximum of...
So I moved 5 feet to look in. I have 30 feet of movement. I moved 25 feet back.
No, you didn't. You were moving in, attacking, moving back out. Moving in, attacking, moving out. 2 turns. You would not be moving 25 feet away all of a sudden. But that is still 5 feet too far. You have 40 feet movement, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so 40 feet is 30 plus 15 is... So you're just out of range.
All right, I'm going to move all my movement, double move, and get right in her face. No, I will get to as close as I can. I'm going to pull out a javelin and throw it.
Sure, yeah, you can do that. So you run out, and while you're running, you leap and you throw the javelin. So stun does not mean... I don't think you get the advantage on a range. Actually,
no.
yes, you do. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage. All attack rolls, so also range attacks.
All right, so that will be checking plus 6. Does a 15 hit?
No.
Nope.
And the second one, that should hit 24.
Yeah, that hits.
For 11 damage.
All right. One javelin just breaks against the armor. The second one pierces it into the muscle. Okay, Palmyra, at the end of your turn, intelligence saving throw.
Can I use the roll that I did previously? Because I rolled to get out of it, but it wasn't my turn. And I rolled a nat 20.
I mean, I can't really let you do that. You can't just roll random stuff and then eventually say,
I thought we were out of initiative, so I rolled to break out of it. And then okay, fine, I'll roll. What is it? Intelligence?
Yes.
Nope.
Still stunned. Raybar, you now see the barbarian running out and just starting to attack the paladin, who still cannot move.
Pass without a trace.
Okay.
And I'm leaving.
Cool.
Leaving. Fuck this.
Okay. So Raybar's gone.
Wow.
That's my last.
I stuck around to help you guys.
You better get the fuck out of there.
Sorry, what was that? Okay, the last spell slot is gone, and the ranger disappears into the forest. The last thing you hear as you are running is Ejesh from his mind voice emanating from the cave. I will find you. I will take you all. Run. Run as fast as you can. And then you're gone. Tina.
All right, same thing. But I'm going to move closer, and I'm using my my greatsword.
Yep, now you can.
First attack, advantage.
With
Does
advantage.
16 will not hit, correct?
Nope.
Nope.
All right, second attack. Nope, both of them miss.
Okay, you're smashing into the paladin who cannot move, but his armor is so thick and his spiritual protection that your sword just glances off twice. Palmyra, intelligence saving throw.
Oh, wow.
I can't believe it. What's your intelligence modifier?
Fuck
Wow. This isn't that high. Okay.
Hey, I rolled a nat 20 to get out of it. all
Well,
good.
but I didn't tell you to roll. Sorry, you can't just roll random
It's fine,
numbers
it's
eventually.
fine. I understand. It's all good.
Tina, you're back up. No one else can act.
Same thing.
I don't
Ooh,
understand.
crit. I got a 20 on that one.
Okay. That will hit.
So first attack is 3 plus, so 8. 12 for the first one.
Just 12, despite being crit.
Yeah, I rolled like a 2 and a 2 and a 1. I rolled really low for both of them.
Okay.
Second
You get
attack.
brutal critical.
No.
I'm down. I only had 10 hit points.
Oh, okay. And then with my second attack, stabs into you.
Cool. That's 2 dex saving throws.
I'm so confused why you're suddenly attacking everyone.
Oh, I think you know why.
No, genuinely do not. But never mind.
Okay. So Palmyra is unconscious on the ground as Tina just brings his greatsword down, stabs into the armor. And yeah, there's quite a lot of blood. Death saving throw, Palmyra. And you're still alive. Tenacious.
Does the stun go?
You
When I'm
are
unconscious.
no longer stunned because you're unconscious. I'd say so, yes.
Great.
Stunned.
Finally.
Silver lining, baby.
Yeah, until he decides to kill me.
Exactly. Tina, it's your turn.
Straight down on top of him twice.
Yep, you only need 1 attack.
Yep, decap straight through the head.
A armored head rolls across the ground.
Oh.
You stand alone in front of the cave now.
Like,
You have destroyed my vessels. But don't worry, I will find another one.
bring it, bitch. It's like flip off the cave and walk away.
Question.
I will find you.
Sorry. I can cast spells when I'm stunned,
Yes.
right? Okay.
No, you cannot. You are incapacitated, which means you cannot take actions or reactions.
Stunned.
cannot.
A stunned creature is incapacitated. Can't move. Okay, fine. Okay.
It's a bit complicated. It has several conditions sort of wrapped into one.
Sure.
Okay, and what Raybar and Tina, what do you guys want to do? You just want to get the heck out of here, or?
No,
Yep, I'm done. I'm done with this
They're
place.
not getting paid now.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I live.
Fuck the money.
Okay, so with that, we end A Wizard's Pain in many different ways, with a party turning against each other, with Ejesh still standing in a way, and with the coming darkness when night falls, he will no longer be confined to the cave, which means that the skin dancer, the mind breaker, the heart eater is free to choose another vessel. And we'll see what happens from now on. Maybe this creature will return another one shot. A gnome and the Goliath running, a
As fast
paladin
as I possibly can.
and the bard
Yeah.
destroyed. I guess thanks for playing.
It was good. It was good.
That was an interesting ending. I mean, Ejesh tried to have you turn against each other, but he didn't expect it to be quite this, I suppose.
Can you just explain the reasoning behind turning around and killing everyone?
Let's see. I told him don't interfere or I will cut him down.
There's a fair chance you wouldn't have known the wall was me.
If you fell to the ground and it disappeared,
You're also a barbarian.
you're the magic user and it goes down once you fall to the ground. It doesn't take too much to figure out it was from you.
So is Ezej.
It's hard to say. Yeah, it could have been either way. But
Why did you kill me? I didn't do anything to hurt you.
I think you held person
You tried to
twice
leave
on
him in
him.
the cave.
Yeah,
I hold personed him.
so I kind of understand that. I was a bit surprised by killing the bard, but that I definitely understood.
Okay.
Anyway, that felt bits a bit, but hey, that's what happens sometimes.
It was a good game. It was a
Don't
good game.
turn against your party kids. That's the lesson we're taking from otherwise the evil mind-controlling smoke thing, aberration, will probably win the end. Anyway.
Well, his friend died too, so I don't think he would have wanted to live.
Yeah, I suppose. Thank you guys for watching. True Mouse Games says bye-bye and good night. And may such a thing never happen in your own games. Unless you want to have it, of course. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching.